Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The chair of the Wyoming Legislative Committee investigating the check passing controversy said on Tuesday the committee is going to pause its work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that's because the local sheriff's office has undertaken its own investigation.
It's a pause because once you have a live criminal investigation, all of a sudden, boom, you've got like Fifth Amendment concerns and due process concerns. So what Representative Washit, who has the experience in this area, is saying is we don't want to violate someone's rights that they're supposed to retain during a criminal investigation.
This investigation is in response to Rebecca Bextel, the state committee chairwoman for the Teton County GOP, who handed out checks February 9th after adjournment on the state House of Representatives floor. In response to Checkgate, Governor Gordon on Tuesday banned campaign contributions on state property. So did the Senate in areas it controls. In response to the controversy, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the governor is taking the action after the incident that happened last week.
He narrowed that to the part that belongs to the executive branch, but the Senate passed a similar rule also Tuesday saying we're not doing this in places that the Senate controls. The House, as of Tuesday, had not passed a rule, but it has been dealing with this controversy in other ways.
Governor Mark Gordon on Tuesday signed an executive order banning the solicitation, delivery, or acceptance of campaign contributions on property where state business is conducted. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Senate voted Tuesday to restore the governor's $11 billion budget, but the House voted against it. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that things got heated when Representative Mike Yin said budget planners were stabbing agencies they disliked.
Representative Yin actually got out the knife hands and was gesturing during this conversation, basically saying, we're stabbing certain agencies, we're gouging things in broad strokes. And Representative Tony Locke and ultimately the House Speaker Chip Nyman, they were like, whoa, this conversation has gotten really charged. Let's just focus on the substance of the budget. The intervention during the knife hands unfolded because some people were expressing displeasure with the Joint Appropriations Committee, with the budget planners who did this draft. And the conversation kept revolving back to, can we trust the budget committee?
After a few lawmakers expressed themselves, House Speaker Chip Nyman had the last word, saying, quote, ain't nobody stabbing nobody. Meteorologists aren't seeing a trend just yet, but they do see this week of winter weather as a promising sign. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that at this point, we'll take any amount of snow.
around 2 to 5 inches, which isn't much, and it's not going to make up for what we've missed out on. But as many meteorologists said to me, beggars can't be choosers. You take what you can get. And the prognosis is positive that going forward into March, we're going to see more of these precipitation events. And even if there are high pressure ridges blocking that weather, they're going to be strong enough to push through and get us some much needed moisture.
Wyoming will be blustery, snowy, and cold this week. In short, it's everything we've missed for most of the winter season up to this point. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
A good Wednesday morning to you. Wednesday, February 18th, Cowboy State Daily Show. With me, Jake. Guests today? Yeah, we got a lot of them. We're going to check in with former Speaker of the House, Albert Sommers, just fresh out of the legislation. He retired from that business just last year. We'll have him on, get his perspectives on the 60th legislative session, the budget session. Pete Obermueller will be here, president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Talk about two big issues regarding oil, gas, and water with him. Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council, will get his take on the latest piece of legislation that would press pause on the Business Council and look under the hood. Josh says good. Anything that has people interested in the Business Council and wanting to learn more is okay with me. Jonas Black will be here. He's the outlaw dog trainer, canine behavioral specialist who organized that rally in Daniel over the wolf torture incident. He's in Wyoming again, speaking at the legislative session about animal cruelty laws. We'll get with Jonas Black later today. Jared Petrino will be on to discuss all things UW sports. Former Supreme Court Justice and Chief Justice for 4 of those years, first female Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Marilyn Kite will be on the show. How lucky are we? She's got a recent guest column in the Cowboy State Daily you should read regarding the gutting of UW. Draconian cuts is how she termed it. Read that, and then we'll get together with Justice Kite later. Marcela Herdova will be on the show. She's the photographer from Florida, the splits time, Florida, Wyoming. She was hiking deep into a remote area of Yellowstone to capture photos, broke her leg, and she didn't have somebody with her. She would have had to crawl out, she says, on her elbows. Like, what happens if you're alone in the backcountry and something as simple as a turned ankle, broken leg? Marcelo will be on to relive that, hopefully without the PTSD. And Hunter Old Elk. Everyone I'm reading on the Facebooks, on socials, on comment sections say Hunter Old Elk was the perfect choice to be the curator of the Plains Indian Museum at the Buffalo Bills Center of the West. That's in Cody. And she just got that gig not long ago. Perfect. Everybody said the same thing. Perfect choice. Hunter, you made the perfect choice. Let her do what she does. And we're going to have Hunter on. Hunter Old Elk will be on the show. So, yeah, a lot to do guest-wise. And the news of the day and the quote of the day, I'm now a huge fan of House Speaker Chip Nyman. Not that I wasn't before. But Chip, quote of the year, ain't nobody stabbing nobody. It's like a quadruple negative, and it's so Wyoming. Mike Yin said budget planners were basically stabbing agencies they disliked. He was talking about these proposed cuts to the governor's $11 billion budget, some of them deep cuts, UW Business Council, employee raises, whatever the cuts were targeted at. Representative Mike Yin said the budget planners were just stabbing agencies they didn't like. And House Speaker Chip Nyman said, ain't nobody stabbing nobody. That is the quote of the year. And that's why they make a guy like Representative Nyman the House Speaker, because he speaks good. Now, I swear I'm not making fun. I love that quote. That's Wyoming. Ain't nobody stabbing nobody. That is so good. Speaker Nyman. Weather forecast, and then we'll get back to news. Got a ton of news coming. Yeah. And guests, and what a fun day we got lined up for you Wednesday. Spend the whole morning with us, why don't you? Casper snow likely after about 3-ish. Breezy 45 today. Chance of snow in Riverton as well, late afternoon, with highs 47. Evanston, you're under a winter weather advisory until about 5 this afternoon. Might see as many as 3 inches, and that'll be blowing around also. That stretch from Evanston to Green River on I-80, going to be nasty most of the day. If you can avoid it, avoid it. It's not you. It's the other guys, mainly out-of-state truckers that don't know how to drive in winter. Pinedale, you might see up to 3 inches of snow today. Breezy with highs right around 32. Alpine winter weather advisory, 3 inches. Up until 5 this afternoon with the highs 31. Dubois, probably 3 inches of the new white stuff. Mainly starting after 2-ish. Highs 32. Jackson winter weather advisory until 5. Up to 3 inches of new snow with highs 33 today in Jackson Hole. Thermopolis, chance of snow after 4. Clouds on the increase. Breezy, highs 47 at Thermop. Cody, you'll top out at 34 with a chance of snow showing up about 3 in the afternoon. Buffalo, chance of snow after 3 with highs 33. Sheridan, 31 with a chance of snow after 11 in the morning, let's say. Gillette, slight chance of snow around 2 in the afternoon. 35 the high, breezy. Slight chance of snow in Newcastle as well with highs 44. Torrington, chance of rain or snow depending on the temp, which is pushing 53 today for a high. Cheyenne, slight chance of snow after 11 in the morning. Clouds on the increase, highs 46 in the state capital. Laramie, snow showing up late morning with highs 37. Rawlins, chance of snow, partly sunny, windy, 36. That's the day with a forecast in most of the states, seeing what looks a whole lot like wintry weather. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I've seen winter. But I'm thinking it's, kind of like winter. Well, let's see. Where do we dig in with the news? How about, U.S. Senate race. We had on yesterday Jimmy Skogard, who announced his candidacy for a U.S. Senate seat. Once, even before actually Senator Cynthia Lummis announced she would not seek re-election, even before that, back in April, Jimmy Skogard announced he would run for U.S. Senate. At that time, he had to assume he was going to run against Cynthia Lummis. Now it turns out he's going to be running against Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Both going to be a heavy lift for a guy who's got no political experience, but that's what Jimmy Skogard's counting on, the fact that he's not a seasoned politician. He's a clean slate. He was on the show yesterday, so that'll be a primary run where Wyoming, as Jimmy stated on the show yesterday, some 97% of primary winners on the Republican side go on to win the general election. And it's no surprise. I mean, Wyoming's such a red state. So assuming whoever gets through on the Republican side primary, which is coming up August, I forget the date, August, whether it's Hageman, Skogard, or someone else, then we'd be looking at a general election which now has a Democrat who has announced a run for U.S. Senate, and that's former Democrat State Rep James Byrd. You may remember James Byrd, Democrat Cheyenne. I seem to recall there was an issue with his residency, and whether that was cleared up or not, I don't remember. But I seem to recall there's an issue where James Byrd actually lived. I imagine we're going to have him on the show sooner than later. But that would pit James Byrd against the winner of the primary, unless we see another Democrat throw in. We're getting to the point where you might be declaring here pretty soon. I know some state lawmakers, if they are desiring to kick it up to the federal level, their next venture into politics, they're probably waiting till after the session. No need to announce. Similar to, NFL football teams, you're not supposed to announce the hiring or firing or major changes to your organization during the season, during, the day before the Super Bowl, you announce you fired your coach. You're not supposed to do that. Like, that's hijacking the news. Probably, state legislators, state senators, and House reps would not make any announcement until that session's over. But that leaves you precious little time. March, April, May, June, July. And any more, these campaigns drag on forever and ever. Maybe not in Wyoming, but certainly nationally. Byrd says he's running for U.S. Senate because Wyoming needs better representation in Washington. I find it absolutely distasteful that an elected person would walk off the stage in front of their constituents no matter what. I will never walk off of a stage. Byrd is talking about Harriet Hageman cutting short one of her town hall sessions when she was asked about the ICE killings in Minneapolis. She's been, her town hall sessions, some of them have gotten rowdy. And in this one particular one last month, she just walked out when people were shouting. That people started shouting at each other. So at that point, Harriet Hageman says, if you just want to turn this into a circus and yell at each other over ICE, I guess you don't need me for that. And she walked off. Last March, more than 500 packed a theater in Laramie Civic Center for a town hall. That one got rowdy. Yeah, she's had a few town halls. Burr didn't say whether he would have town halls, but if he did, he wouldn't walk off the stage. He'd let people just yell and carry on and tell them how they feel. So that announcement from the Cowboy State Daily, Kate Meadows has it. Former Democrat state rep James Byrd could square off against U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman for a U.S. Senate seat. Could, if that's the way the showdown came. Right now, he's the only Democrat I've heard with a name in the race. And as far as the Republican side, I only know of Harriet Hageman's intentions and now Jimmy Skogar, who I assume is running as a Republican, but he's not a big party guy. He'd wish, we could just run as people. I do too. I'm gonna take a break right after I do hit on this. This has obviously been the news of the session so far, the budget session, this check gate. A committee, this 7-person task force committee that was going to look into the ethics of delivering checks on the House floor. And now we learn Senate chamber as well. This check passing thing, the Wyoming Legislative Committee that was tapped to look into it is pressing pause on their efforts because the local sheriff's office is undertaking its own investigation. The sheriff's office is simply, that's a matter of law. If there was bribery, if there was a breaking of the law of the Constitution, that would be the matter of Brian Kozak, the sheriff, and the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. An investigative committee organized by legislators, you would assume, is simply looking at the ethics of delivering checks. Meanwhile, we have an outside source, Governor Mark Gordon, who announced his, from like outside looking in, Governor Gordon said he's just going to ban campaign donations on state property, period. That's his take. Before any investigation is done, Mark Gordon said yesterday that he was banning campaign contributions on state property. The Senate has similar aspirations as well. The Checkgate controversy. Gordon bans campaign donations on state property. Well, that's one way to handle it. Just simply do not allow campaign donations, whether it's check, Venmo, or Kraken. Just don't let money change hands during a session. That's not a good look, or on state property at all. That appears to be the desire of the governor of the great state of Wyoming. Read all this stuff, get caught up. Do it now. Do it over your cup of coffee. I'm going to take a break. That'll give you time to do some reading, and we'll be right back with more on a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisisretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
What's up, Wyoming? Good morning. I got to get up to date on the University of Wyoming athletics because I do have Jared Petrino coming on. I did not see the basketball game the other day, but I know the Cowboys scored a bunch of points. Beat Fresno State 92-82, and the Cowboys did it from distance, draining 15 triples. That might be a record. They shot 64% from the field. That's really, really good. Yeah, good stuff. Back in the win column. Fresno State's good basketball team. And to beat them by 10, to hang 92 on them, it's impressive. 15 threes is a season high for the Brown and Gold, but not a record. Yeah, good job, Wyoming basketball team. Been a long time since Wyoming was known for its basketball prowess, honestly. Been too long that we've been in the conversation on the football field as well. And, pretty soon here, we're going to be talking about whether we can even compete anymore in D1 without, NIL money, which I hate. Everybody hates. Everybody seems to be ready to go right to acceptance. I don't like that. Am I the one that has to be dragged kicking and screaming into the payola scandal? It's pay to play. It's terrible for college sports. Terrible. And yet everybody's in the same breath. Everyone admits, well, this is awful for the game. This idea that college kids are making more money playing sports in college than they'll probably make at the professional level. Some of them may not even ever pan out as professionals, as a career choice, throwing a ball. Some of them may never do that. They'll already make bank at school. They don't go to the class. They don't open a book. They're basically semi-pro. College has become semi-pro sports. And nobody has school loyalty. They transfer 3-4 times. Your average senior has been in college for 6 years because he's trying to, A, build a resume that makes him attractive in a draft to general managers, and B, he realizes he's getting paid better in college than he might holding a clipboard in New Orleans or Las Vegas. or some other crummy team that might draft him. The average dude right now is making a career choice in college to stay in college. If you got some hotshot guy with some talent in college and he's looking to be in a first-round draft choice and maybe going to a really crappy NFL team and getting knocked around, he thinks, you know what, I can get paid that same amount of money here and stay in college where I don't have to go to class. I'm the big man on campus. Rather than declare early like they used to, you know, you have a great junior year, you say, you know what, I'm going to forego my senior and go right to pro because I have a mom that needs medical care and I have a need for money. Money's more important. I'm going to declare for the draft. Now it's like I'm already making money in college. Anyway, nobody likes it. Nobody. But they all want to do it. I don't want to, everybody says, yeah, I hate the way it is. This name, image, likeness is terrible, it's disgusting, but Wyoming's got to do it if we want to have a good team. No, we don't. End the sentence with, I hate the way it is, and then advocate for change. Don't just join the club. Oh, I hate that America, I hate that my kids are on their smart screens all day. They're on the TikTok all day. But that's the way kids are today. Do something about it. I hate the NIL in college, this whole name, image, like I hate the idea that we have to pay a quarterback to come to Wyoming and he may or may not stay for a whole season. He may or may not be good. And what's it going to mean? You know, is that going to make us a winner in the Mountain West? And what does that even mean anymore to win the Mountain West? What conference is that, they say, in the SEC and back east? Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not down with it. Other stories. So I've saved that to talk to Jared Petrino. And Jared's probably sick of me saying I hate the NIL thing because he keeps saying, yeah, we got to do it. I don't know that we got to do it. I'll go watch whoever play football in Laramie. Won't matter if we're 2-10. Or 10-2, or we're playing D1 or D17. I don't care. I'll go watch college football in Wyoming because I support the Pokes. Period. Little bit of winter return, saw a whole mess of crashes. Down in Pueblo, Colorado, I saw a huge multi-car wreck. Anytime we get, new snow and people aren't used to it, I guess. Multi-car crash, Wyoming Highway Patrol. We talk to them every Friday. Big crash involving 16, 20 vehicles, maybe more. Confirmed injuries. I-80 shut down for quite a while yesterday. Andrew Rossi has that story on the cleanup of that crash. Oh, that can't be fun. No fatalities, that's the good news, but there were injuries, and most of it trucks. I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at photos and videos. Uinta County Fire and Ambulance responded. At least 2 semis near Lyman crashed. And then, everybody behind them. Once you get one semi sideways and squirrely on the road, then they all pile up. They all got to take evasive action. Here's the photo. It's all trucks, man. It's all trucks on I-80. This is between milepost 274, 273, right up about 3:10 in the afternoon yesterday. Westbound Interstate 80, just trucks, all smash into each other off the road. Yeah, people just got to drive better. I mean, that's not that much snow. I mean, look at the conditions. There's not that much snow. The visibility seems pretty good. It's just, people trying to still do 75 miles an hour when the snow's blowing sideways and the road's slick. It's probably not going to work. Let's do this day in history early because I might not have time for it with our guest. This day is February 18th. We should get in the habit of just doing it first hour anyway. That's one time we can be pretty sure we'll get it in. This day in 1861, the Treaty of Fort Wise, Kansas, is signed by the Arapaho and the Cheyenne. In it, in the words of the treaty, they gave up territory in Colorado between the North Platte and the Arkansas River in exchange for a reservation between the Arkansas and Sand Creek, Colorado. This day, 1861. A year later to the day, 1862, U.S. Congress approved an act entitled An Act to Grant Lands to Dakota, Montana, Arizona, Idaho, and Wyoming for university purposes. That, I assume, is the Morrill Act, right? That we talk about so much now with University of Wyoming. Congress approved that act on this day in 1862. Interesting. A guy named John B. Stetson. Yes, you know the name and you know the hat. John B. Stetson died in Florida on this day. He was 75 years old, founder of the famous hat manufacturing company. It just isn't a cowboy hat unless it's a John B. Stetson. 1906, Stetson died in Florida on this day, age 75. 1911, an act providing that each county would have legislative representation was signed into law by Governor Carey. 1931, Alonzo Clark became the governor of Wyoming due to the death of Governor Emerson while in office, 1931. Obviously, this day, Governor Frank C. Emerson died in office. He was just 48. It was this day in 1931. 1933, Governor Miller signed an act repealing the enforcement of prohibition by Wyoming. The repeal was just partial at first. It took many months before a complete repeal. Remember the other day we told you about the federal prohibition. And when that was ended, the Prohibition Act, states also had in place their own prohibition, and Wyoming was one of them. So it needed Governor Miller to repeal prohibition for Wyoming. This day, 1933. This day, 1937, a shell exploded on the USS Wyoming, killing 6 Marines during an exercise and injuring 11 others. 1943, this day, a Converse County woman not named in this mention. I guess I could try to find her. There's an assignment for Jackie Dorothy, I think. 1943, this day, a Converse County woman collected furs to be used for vests for the Merchant Marines. This day, 1943. And 1987, the cutthroat trout was officially declared to be the state fish. Prior to this day in 1987, Wyoming had no state fish. But of course, it's the cutthroat trout. Time now for the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Tucson, Arizona. Today, New World Champion bareback rider Rocker Steiner, who I'll see here at Tucson. We talk about the Steiner family. His grandpa won a gold buckle, his dad won a gold buckle, and now Rocker will. So the Steiner family is part of great history in professional rodeo. We'll talk about that today. Stay close.
When you turn bulls out, you're building the future of your herd. Join Clear Creek Angus for their 18th annual production sale, March 2nd at 1 o'clock. Bear Paw Livestock in Chinook, Montana with special guests, Weaver Herefords. Selling 80 Angus yearling bulls, 15 Hereford bulls, 40 F1 Baldy heifers, 50 Angus replacements, and 38 bred heifers calving March 15th through May 1st. Cattle built to add pounds, backed by strong maternal genetics, moderate birth weights, and heavy weaning performance. View catalog videos and bid at dvauction.com. Looking for your next rope horse, barrel prospect, or a dependable ranch mount? The Cowboy Country Horse Sale brings quality horses and honest consigners together, plus a full trade show with tack, equipment, western wear, and equine services. Whether you're buying, selling, or just coming to shop, it's a weekend built for real horsemen and women. Join us March 20th and 21st at the Camplex in Gillette, alongside the Gillette College Rodeo. Find previews and vendor info on Facebook at Cowboy Country Horse Sale. Good horses, good people, done right.
Two things. One is your grandpa, Bobby, won the bull riding world title in 73. Your dad, Sid, won the steer wrestling title in 02. You win the bareback riding world title 25. The first family in PRCA history to have accomplished that generational gold buckle status. You'll always have a special place in history just because of that. Talk about that.
Yeah, it's just, I've been to, my granddad and my dad's Hall of Fame inductions and all that. And I've been to other people's inductions, that rodeo with my dad or, my granddad. And it just seems like, nobody gives my family enough credit for how good they were, they don't you never hear, guys that rodeo with Baba say how great he was, or same with my dad. So I kind of held a piece of that on my shoulder to kind of prove everybody, that the Steiners will forever be, if not the greatest, but one. It's hard to beat the Wrights for the greatest rodeo family ever. But I wanted a spot up there and really kind of just shove that in their face. They only had one gold buckle, but one gold buckle is very, very hard to get. But I wanted them to. I wanted all those guys to know that they didn't have a grandson that won one as well.
World champion bareback rider Rocker Steiner on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, all right. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and look who's here. Former Representative Albert Sommers, former Speaker of the House, HD 20, and he did that for so long that I wonder if right now, Representative Sommers, you got this feeling like I should be in Cheyenne right now. Or maybe you are, but or are you at the ranch outside of Pinedale down in Sublette? Where are you at?
I'm in Sublette County right now.
Good.
Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great. And
I actually had some knee surgery last week, and so, but it's not bad. It wasn't a replacement or anything, but I'm going to head to Cheyenne late, probably tomorrow or the next day, and make some connections. So
yeah. Let that I-80 clear up a little. Oh, it's dicey today. I was just looking at that. Some closures. Let that settle down. Well, you did that for a long time, 2013 to just last year, former Speaker of the House. I have to ask you first, before we talk about the ranch, life on the Sommers Ranch, which is the most important thing, more important than lawmaking. Your dad's in the Cowboy Hall of Fame, no?
My dad is in the Cowboy Hall of Fame. The man in the white hat and the pitcher is my dad.
That's Bud.
That's Bud.
Yep. And then his dad started the ranch back in 1907, 08, Sommers Ranch. That's what it's all about. And then lawmaking secondary. At least that's how we envisioned it in Wyoming. We'd have regular, everyday people, mostly ranchers, let's hope. Maybe some electricians, welders, and plumbers. Like, send them to the Capitol and let them do something for a month. That's the way you should do lawmaking. You know the way you should do Speaker of the House, I think. Tell me, as a former speaker, and when I think Speaker of the House, you should be the one most gifted with words. Speaker Nyman has the quote today of, "Ain't nobody stabbing nobody." That's the quote of the day from the speaker. Could you have come up with a gem like that in your time?
Yes. I think all of us ranchers resort to that kind of lingo when the you-know-what hits the fan. So, I appreciate that actually.
I love that. So you served on a whole mess of committees, task force, like you did it all down there in Cheyenne. But I wonder if, you didn't get out just in time. This year, this budget session's like nothing we've ever seen. Even prior to the check gate scandal, there was appropriations making drastic cuts in a year where Wyoming's showing a surplus. There were years where you were there where you wish we had the kind of money you had to make cuts. There was no money. But this year, appropriations, we'll talk about their proposed cuts, but the check gate, the handing out of checks on the House floor, is it disrespectful of the institution at the very least?
Yeah, Jake, it really is. Wyoming lost its innocence really in the 2024 election. And this is just, frankly, a culmination of what started maybe even before the 2024 election, but really ramped up. A photo, a picture says a million words, right?
Yeah.
And I think that photo was very telling, and it really made something very public. And there has to be frankly, a public investigation because of that. And I've never seen money handed out on the floor by somebody that had a bill before the legislature within the next 3 days. I mean, I've never seen it handed out on the floor, period. But the optics, regardless of what, the investigations will come about. 2 investigations going on, or 3 counting the Senate. They'll look all the facts over and decide whether anything was anything wrong really occurred. But the optics itself just does a lot of damage to the institution.
Former Representative Albert Sommers is with us, former Speaker of the House, and you can bring some great perspective. It was, over the years, 2013 till just last year, it was during that time that we did see things change, like how we did business in Cheyenne. It was upstanding. It was, laudable the way we conducted our lawmaking every month, once a month in the year. But in 2013 and previously, but then Representative Sommers, did you slowly see outside influence take place, so-called dark money? Did these mailers that just attack people, did that all start just in the past few years? And did that influence you to say, man, I don't want to do this anymore?
Well, actually, I ran for the Senate in the last election and got beat, and there was dark money put into my election. There were brochures, door hangers from outfits that nobody knows who they are.
Yeah.
And that really started in 2022 to a degree, but it wasn't as severe as it was in 2024. To give you an idea, when I started in 2012, the 2012 campaign, I think I spent $5,000 to $6,000. I didn't have a campaign sign. You go out and you buy, a couple ads in the local newspaper. You get on the local radio, right, and you do a couple ads there, and that's all you had to spend. And then the election before I would have been Speaker, the Freedom Caucus ran somebody against me, and that election got expensive, and then this last election when I ran for the Senate, I spent $40,000 on that election, and much of that was money that I got from organizations, the Wyoming Stock Growers, from Wyoming Mining Association, Wyoming Petroleum Association, kind of the typical places you raise money, but it's very transparent, right? All that money's right out there. You can see where it comes from. It's really this dark money that comes in with organizations that then put out, supposedly education pieces against candidates. But yeah, times have changed.
Yeah, they sure have. To see something like Checkgate. Now, it's not to say that you don't receive campaign donations, maybe even during session, but certainly not on the floor of the House. And not to say that you're not lobbied by people who say, I got this bill coming before you. Here's why it's great. That happens, but here's a check, and by the way, I'm sponsoring these two bills. That's pretty blatant.
It really is. And I mean, when I look up the law, was it 913-105? You're not supposed to use government facilities, public facilities for political purposes. And if handing a check to somebody, if it's a campaign check, then it's a political purpose. The question is, what's on the check? Does it say so-and-so's campaign? Does the memo line say for the 2026 campaign? I guess that's all going to have to come out in the investigation. And, and then unfortunately, Speaker Nyman has kind of been mixed into this. And I think he needs to own up, and I suppose he will whenever the investigations take place. But did he receive a check? There was one that was supposedly written for him. Did he receive it? When did he receive it? And if he did get that check prior to putting that committee in place, the question is, should he have been the one to have appointed that committee?
Let me ask you, we're talking to former Representative Albert Sommers, former Speaker of the House. One last thing on this whole check-aid thing. There's 60 some lawmakers in the House that right now, in the House, I'm sure everybody's looking for leadership. Everybody's looking to everybody, like who's going to, who's going to make this transparent? Who's going to nip this in the bud? Who's going to lead us through this side circus, this, attraction? Is that the speaker's role? I mean, in the normal course of business, the speaker's got roles of what he does, but is this something the speaker, Speaker Nyman needs to just take charge here? Would that fall on him?
It would, but if he's implicated, then, it probably falls to somebody like the Speaker Pro Tem or somebody that's not implicated would have to take over. We have 22-1, which is our ethics rule, our joint ethics rule. And the thing that was interesting about this, and I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but the interesting thing about this, and I did watch that event on the old YouTube when it happened on the House floor, and they brought the motion for an investigative committee because it was apparent they did that because they didn't know whether a complaint should be filed, right? That was the argument. They didn't really know whether there was any legitimate reason to bring a complaint, but the optics were so poor, They thought it should be investigated. If there had been a complaint brought, a signed complaint, then there's a process that the speaker goes down. You bring in the minority floor leader and the majority floor leader, and you have a discussion, and you go through the process with LSO, and that's all confidential. And heck, I dealt with, I can't even tell you how many complaints I had to deal with, and I can't tell you anything about them because it is all confidential. Unless you end up as a group, as the three people deciding that you need to create a public investigative committee, and then there's a process for that.
Former Speaker of the House, Albert Sommers, also did time on appropriations. Let's talk about the proposed cuts to UW. Some see it as draconian cuts, like former Supreme Marilyn Kite calling it that. Some see it as targeting stabbing. I'm not sure what we call it. The governor turned in what many say is a pretty lean budget in a surplus time, yet appropriations found areas to really slash. What do you make of the proposed cuts to the university?
Just kind of generally on the budget, during the 5 budgets that I helped develop on appropriation, we had to cut over $850 million general fund.
Yeah.
But we did it because we have to. And I kind of look at this like a ranch because that's where I come from. So when you're in bad times, you cut back. That's what you do. In Wyoming, we have a constitutional mandate to provide a balanced budget. But when times are good, you invest back in the ranch. And I think you need to, same thing with the state. You need to invest back in the state. And I do think that the cuts to UW were not about the money that was being cut. It was about a punitive action on the university. And I think it's unfortunate. I'm a graduate of that university. I got an engineering degree. I went back to the ranch, and the only thing I engineered was putting a pitchfork handle back in the pitchfork, right? but I learned a lot. I made a lot of connections, and I learned how to learn. And I think Wyoming only has one university, right? And it's got to satisfy the needs of a broad range of students in Wyoming. Even though we're small, our student population has a very broad set of things that they want to learn or be a part of or be introduced to. And I certainly, I understand the whole DEI thing. And hopefully the university has got a handle on some of that. They had to, because that was the mandate that came out of the legislature. And that's how we do things. If we have an issue, we should take up that issue, see if it can pass muster on the floor, and then we send the mandate back. But we don't just cut for the sake of cutting.
Yeah. Wise words from a guy who's, I'm glad you're out of there and back to like ranching during the session. Your work with the Upper Green Cattlemen's Association, I think, is more vital than what's going on in Cheyenne.
Oh, don't count me out. I may come back.
All right. Or there's that. Former Speaker of the House, Albert Sommers, with us, joins us live from Sommers Ranch. It's on the registry, right? It is historic, man. They've been running cows there for a long, long time. Thank you. I appreciate it, Representative Sommers.
Thank you, Jake. Take care.
Have a great day. We got to get to news, Cowboy State Daily Show, and it's time for our top of the hour news break. We'll catch you on the other side. Our radio affiliates play their news. We'll play ours, and we'll meet up again in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Landowners won't be able to claim all the tags in certain big game hunting areas under a bill a legislative committee forwarded to the Wyoming Senate floor on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it's a matter of percentages.
The percentage seems to be what everybody likes the idea. It's the percentage that kind of seems to be up for debate. Some people are saying, okay, cap it at 20. Landowners get a shot at 20% of the tags. The rest go to the public. Oh, well, no, let's do 40. And then it was also suggested today that, hey, let's do it on a case-by-case basis.
There have been rare instances of every hunting tag in a limited quota area going to landowners, so says Wyoming Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce, who told that to the Senate Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee. The Wyoming Senate is advancing a first-of-its-kind resolution asking Congress to let the state run the federal mineral leasing program within its borders. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that even supporters acknowledge it's a heavy lift.
These are resolutions, so they don't carry the weight or strength of law. They're essentially a strong suggestion to the U.S. Congress that we'd like to see this happen. Now, lots of Western states have probably daydreamed about running their own mineral leasing programs. Wyoming is taking an official step.
The Petroleum Association of Wyoming supports the resolution, comparing it to regulatory authority the state already exercises. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Make sure you focus on the road. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Unlike the winter of 2022-23, when mule deer were starving and dying by the thousands in Wyoming, this year the herd is looking quite healthy. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that avid hunter and deer conservationist Zachary Key of LaBarge says the deer are fat and they look awesome, but there's a catch.
The double-edged sword is if we don't get some significant moisture in March and April, what can happen is they won't get what they call green up. That thick green spring grass won't come up, and that has a really heavy protein content. And so especially for animals that are pregnant, like pregnant elk, deer, or antelope, if they don't have that rich, protein-rich green grass at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and they're dropping their calves or their fawns, then it will affect their lactation.
During the terrible winter of 2022-23, deer were starving and dying by the thousands, while this winter they're just downright chunky. Rocky, a Labrador boxer mix, escaped his harness during a walk near the mountain town of Montezuma, Colorado, back on December 28th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that he was rescued last week, having survived alone for 43 days in sub-zero nights and wolf territory.
Montezuma for a skiing trip. Rocky was left in the hands of a pet handler. He got spooked by something, wriggled out of his harness, and ran off into the woods. And at that point, he was in fight or flight survival mode. So he lasted out there for 46 days without any kind of support. And he was in surprisingly good shape considering his ordeal. He lost 26 pounds while he was out there, but he was still active, alert, and he was able to move and call for help as the rescuers reported. So it's pretty remarkable that not only did he last that long, but they were able to find him. Within 9 hours of their first sighting of Rocky, after over a month, he was receiving medical care.
Rocky was moving from New Jersey to California so his owner, Stephen Ma, could start a new job. Ma stopped in Summit County, Colorado for a day of skiing on December 28th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
And we're back at it here on hour 2 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. I'm glad to see this cowgirl up in Montana got her trailer back. Remember last week, 2 weeks ago maybe, Montana's Brittany Miller. She's a bronc rider. Yeah, girl riding broncs. She had her horse trailer stolen, and she said at the time it had her whole life in that thing. And the trailer was recovered. That's the good news. Now, the bad news is things were missing, including a lot of the tack, her saddles, and she is not going to rest, she said, until she recovers the rest of her stolen gear. The trailer itself, I mean, you know, these gooseneck horse hauling trailers, they're kind of a dime a dozen. I mean, the trailer is not worth, I'll bet, as much as her saddles. Maybe. But I'm glad she's got the trailer back. Andrew Rossi has the story. I think David Madison had the original story because David lives in Montana, but David's busy down there in Cheyenne helping Claire McFarland. They're covering the budget session. So Andrew Rossi provides the latest update, and that's Brittany Miller recovering her stolen horse trailers, some of her custom-made equipment. This was all this disappeared on January 31st. And Brittany hopes this news story and social media posts that show what it is she's still missing, she hopes that somehow leads to a breakthrough in the case. Yeah. I'll never quit looking, said Brittany Miller, and trying to find her gear. We got a GoFundMe established. You can find that in the story as well to help out this cowgirl. But stolen trailers, so low, man. How low can you go? The trailer had been broken into and damaged when Miller recovered it. She saw damage broken into. she was able to recover one of her saddles and about 70% of the equipment that had been inside when it was stolen. But the 30% she's still missing, 2 other saddles, bridles, etc. That's probably what thieves saw as the most lucrative, the easily fenced items, maybe. But maybe, she got the trailer back in part thanks to online sleuths, an army of online detectives, which I hear are also online amateur armchair online, investigators, you, me, when we think we can piece together stuff. It's amazing what people can think they can piece together. Sometimes helpful. I mean, in this case, Brittany Miller's horse trailer got back to her thanks to folks who, got online, saw photos, knew something, heard something, saw something, and, pretty soon we get the trailer back to her. But I know in the case of the FBI trying to figure out who abducted and is holding for ransom what is that? Is it kidnapping of, is it Nancy Guthrie? That's not her name, is it? They say there's too many people trying to help out. Oh, it is Nancy Guthrie. The kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. Every day we hear of a potential breakthrough, yet nothing. We think we know the gloves. We found the glove and DNA. Oh, we think we know where the guy shopped for his clothes. That's the latest. All right, but we don't have the dude or Nancy Guthrie. But the sheriff in the case says he explained lately why they've ruled out the family as suspects. But the FBI is also urging people to not get so aggressively involved in helping them. There's been hundreds, thousands of emails, phone calls with potential tips that never pan out. A tip is good, but, they're getting overwhelmed with this whole case. The Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. But meanwhile, sometimes online sleuths are able to help out in a case. In this case, I guess they did. Andrew Rossi's story about the Montana cowgirl who recovered her stolen trailer, but will never stop looking at things that are still missing in the case. Social media posts, anonymous tips helped her recover the trailer and a lot of her gear. And that's this day and age. People who can look at one photo and recognize something, or, maybe somebody knows something somewhere. Andrew Rossi also had the story about the young driver whose life was probably saved by an app called Life 360. He hit a cow in Sheridan County. Up there, I assume this is around Ranchester, where they got lots of cows. Clearmont Fire District Highway Patrol were informed that a vehicle had been in a high-speed impact with airbag deployment. Who made this call? An app, a smartphone app. That's pretty cool. This smartphone app, this young driver, I think he's still a teenager, 17-year-old maybe, I think is how old this kid was, hit a cow, airbag deployed, like it was a serious accident. And maybe nobody would have known. He may have been discovered too late. Who knows? The call came in at 6:42 p.m. The driver was located about an hour and 20 minutes later thanks to Life 360 app, which was able to report the accident simply by being aware that airbags were deployed, by aware that there was the speed of the vehicle, and then the vehicle hit something and stopped. This happened on U.S. Highway 1416. The information was limited, but they were able to find this young man and probably save his life. This was a pretty bad wreck, and this is far away from any hospital or any medical help. This Life 360 app, one of the features of it is it senses collisions over 25 miles an hour, sends that information to any emergency contacts. Pretty useful app in this day and age, kind of like the black box of airplanes, only it reports in real time things that happen and things that could be potentially a bad accident. Yeah, the young driver, not named, I think, in this. I don't see a name anywhere. It must be probably a minor. I don't see a name, but yeah, this driver, life was likely saved after he hit a cow on a dark night, Sheridan County. That's story from Andrew Rossi in the Cowboy State Daily. Check that out. National stories and not good news stories. Oh, two incidents that highlight what I don't know what to call it. Strange. What a sordid world we live in. The Rhode Island hockey rink massacre, when this man-woman suit, I don't even know what to call this. Here's someone we could call a them or a they or whoever this dude is the Rhode Island hockey rink. This man who preferred to live as a woman, dress as a woman, undergoing sex change. Here we go again with a whole, undergoing a gender transition. And for whatever reason, is it the process of undergoing a change in gender? Is that process mess with your mind? Or is your mind already kind of messed with if you even consider transitioning in your gender? Whatever it is, it causes some people to go full-blown stupid and dangerous. And if they have access to firearms, they're not the only ones that could be on the receiving end of the danger. This man, woman, person in the Rhode Island hockey rink went to a hockey rink, shot his wife, shot his son. If it wasn't for hockey moms and dads in the stands, he would have kept firing till he ran out of ammo. He was jumped, stopped, and I don't know what to say about this guy. You've probably seen photos of him, her, just freak stuff, man. And then Las Vegas police are investigating a murder-suicide involving a Utah mother and her daughter. They were in Las Vegas for some kind of competition. I don't know if it was a dance competition or, it's just one of those, we've seen TV shows about it, reality shows about mom grooming their daughter, mom living through their daughter, putting their, 5-year-old in makeup and having them do these contests. It's not healthy. And yet we put it on TV like it's worthy of a TV show. Mom living her life through daughter, and something went wrong, and there was a welfare check, and they found mom, they found daughter in the hotel room when they never showed up for the competition. Mom apparently, allegedly shot her daughter and then herself. I can't think of anything healthy about putting young ladies in these competitions, whether they're dancing or singing or beauty contests at age 4 when they're wearing more mascara than Dolly Parton. It's just not good, in my opinion. It's just not good. You're not. Weather forecasting. That's what we got to get to. Don Day. Weather, it's blowing, snowing, and doing all that stuff. Kind of looking like winter out there. Don will be here to explain with the day weather forecast.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Time for the day weather forecast live with Don Day. Don, it's wintry, looking like winter, 2 to 3 inches for some places. It's the kind of sideways snow, I think. I see, yeah, it's the sideways snow here in Jackson. Evanston, you're getting a little bit. Pinedale, Afton, certainly. Western and southern kind of, right?
Well, at the moment,
Yeah.
but the focal point of the biggest winter weather is going to be the central, northeast, and east central parts of the state overnight tonight.
Uh-huh.
So wave number 2 is just now entering western Wyoming. That is evidenced by what you just pointed out there. The good news is this system does not have the wind that yesterday's system did. I mean, crazy. And then we also had snow squalls. They just got the interstate open between Cheyenne and Rawlins from a huge wreck there yesterday afternoon in a snow squall. And we're going to have travel problems. We're going to see the coldest air we've seen in weeks come in behind this system tonight. So what may start off as wet roads will become extremely icy tonight. And so I want to give a heads up to travelers, give a heads up to livestock interests as well. While this is not a big storm by Wyoming standards, we haven't had a storm in a while.
Yeah.
So pay attention.
Your cows may have forgotten which way to turn. It's away from the wind, by the way, bovine. Yeah, it's been a while. Wind, it's amazing. Wind is the X factor that really causes so many of the accidents. We could have a foot of snow without wind, and the snowplow comes by. We all drive good, but 1 inch of snow blowing sideways, and suddenly nobody can drive on it. Trucks all over the place. 20 of them crashed on I-80 westbound, closed for a while yesterday. That was a mess.
Yeah, I mean, they just got it open. I mean, it was closed all night. Westbound it was, at least. So yeah, be careful out there. Doesn't take much. Does not take much, and you're right with the wind. But the big drop in temperature tonight with this is gonna cause some problems. So be prepared. And another thing I want to touch on, Jake, is that making the news is the big avalanche in the Sierras around Tahoe.
I saw that. We said that they were going to get a lot. That was a lot, and
and they're getting more. The complicating things. There's another 2 to 3 feet or 4 feet of snow over the next 3 or 4 days going to that area. But what I want to talk about is the fact that since we went a long break without much snow, there's that icy, crusty surface that snow's now piling up on. And anybody venturing outdoors in the days ahead, especially this weekend, a lot of folks will want to take advantage of the new snow. If you're a skier or a snowmobiler, be careful. I think in Utah and Wyoming in particular, and Colorado, we have some real big avalanche concerns coming up this weekend.
Yeah, the message was sent in that Tahoe incident. I think they found 9, still looking for a dozen search parties out there. Huge avalanche and feet of snow. We may not have that volume in Wyoming, but new snow creates unstable. So be careful if you want to go out and play this weekend. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
All right, Don Day with the day weather forecast from the Cowboy State Daily, and we're going to get right back into the Zoom room and get to talking about petroleum. That's oil. Fancy way to say oil, right? Yeah, let's do that. And we push the right buttons here. So, okay, into the Zoom room. There he is. Peter Obermueller is here, president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. More importantly, a graduate of Natrona County. Go Mustangs. Hey, Pete, Jackson just played Natrona in basketball, and you guys beat us.
Sorry about that, Jake.
I know. Natrona's pretty good.
Once a Mustang, always a Mustang, you know?
I want to talk about some stuff in the news, some stuff in Cheyenne concerning petroleum, concerning the oil industry, oil and gas. Let's start with this one because I don't know what it means. I don't know what it is. Energy Dominance Fund, the EDF fund program. Wyoming could set aside a portion of its severance tax revenues for Energy Dominance Fund. This is something that Trump made possible. And we're looking at, for one thing, SB 123. That's a bill I'm sure you got your eyes on. What is it? What is the EDF program? Why are we excited about it?
Yeah, well, Jake, thanks for having me back. It's sure great to be with you again this morning. Good morning. The Energy Dominance Fund, it's a Wyoming answer to what President Trump has been calling for about restoring American energy dominance and how Wyoming can be a part of it. So what it is, in brief, it's taxes. It's using taxes that are paid by the oil and gas industry and coal and mining, and using a portion of those taxes, about $105 million, to reinvest back into the industry to help fund large-scale projects that have just a ton of really expensive upfront costs to get them going. When you're thinking about pipeline projects or uranium conversion facilities or something like that, really large-scale projects that need a little extra boost from Wyoming to kick it over the top. That's what the Energy Dominance Fund is, and it's pretty exciting because these projects bring a lot of jobs, they bring a lot of economic activity and development, and they bring a lot of revenue for the state. Really, kind of 5, 6, 10x whatever we put into it. But it's really quite brilliant. I applaud President Beitman, the president of the Senate from Sheridan, and Speaker of the House Chip Nyman from Hewlett. Who came up with the idea to do this and to be able to invest back into the industry that provides so much to Wyoming.
It almost sounds like an industry version of special purpose excise tax. We often see communities utilize that penny tax to do things for big capital project, like a new swimming pool for Buffalo or whatever it is, something with daunting capital investment up front. It's a smart idea, creating a grant and loan program, this EDF, and having energy reinvest in itself for the next project down the line.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. One of the projects in my world, Jake. There's projects called enhanced oil recovery. All that is after you've drilled a well and you've kind of gotten what you can get out of it off the first drilling, then you can do other things to the well to kind of stimulate it and get more oil out of the ground. And we do that a lot in Wyoming. It's called enhanced oil recovery. But you got to get pipelines to those fields that can inject the kind of things that help get more oil out. And there's this one project just outside of Gillette that needs, I think it's about, I want to say it's about 20 miles of pipeline, but it'll cost about $45 million to do that pipeline. And so it's just, we can get a lot out of it if we could just put a little into it at the outset. And those severance taxes, and then there's property tax too, that oil and gas and coal pay that help pay K through 12. That stuff just comes back in spades.
We're talking to Pete Obermueller. He's president of Petroleum Association of Wyoming. So you're saying infrastructure to, previously we were walking away from oil plays saying it's done here. And then technology says, well, it's not done yet. Enhanced oil recovery. What we had, I assume, some infrastructure in place to get the oil out and bring it somewhere. But we need to actually go in these areas in order to inject it and do this enhanced oil recovery. It's different.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, Jake. So there's about 38,000 oil or gas wells in Wyoming, and a lot of them are what are called marginal wells. They only produce a little bit, and the worst thing for Wyoming in terms of oil and gas would be to walk away from those, to plug them, abandon them, and walk away, because there's still a lot of oil in place. In some of our oil fields, even the ones that have been drilled for 100 years, still have 80% of the oil still in place. And so the leading edge of technology and science is how do we get in there and re-stimulate it so that we can get more of that out. And amazingly, one of the most successful ways to do that is to inject CO2 into these oil fields. It's amazing. It's wild how much more oil you can get out of an already drilled field by injecting CO2. It's been every time we've tried it in Wyoming, it's been successful, and it just produces more of the resource. And in an already drilled field, we're not drilling in new places when you do it. It's really quite incredible.
Still some meat on that bone, as grandmother would say when you try to push away from the table or you want cookie, you want dessert. Still some meat on that bone.
Totally. Yep.
All right. So explain to me now, House Bill 116 or similar legislation protecting water. That's in the news today. Is this hydrogen from water idea? Because I talked to Charles Nye at HERC over at Hydrogen Energy Research Center. I don't know if this is related, if it's similar, but we're talking about advanced technology applied to oil and gas. Simplot Oil and Gas is doing something or would want to do something like this. The Minerals Committee, there's been talk with them. So what is it, hydrogen from water?
Yeah, it's a really interesting topic. There's current use of hydrogen and there's future use of hydrogen, and they're kind of two different things. Mostly what hydrogen is used for now is in the creation of ammonia for fertilizer. So you mentioned Simplot, they make fertilizer, and you need hydrogen to turn to ammonia to do that. That happens a lot. Happens in oil and gas refining right now to make refined products. Use hydrogen. A lot of the new talk about the new directions of hydrogen is a new source of electricity and like fuel cells and that sort of thing. There's several ways to get hydrogen. The one that's really caught the attention and kind of worried, and I think rightly so, some of the legislators, is one way to make hydrogen is to take a water molecule and split it. And so then you have hydrogen and you have oxygen, and then you use the hydrogen. And that's okay if it's really expensive to do. So it's not the one that really is the most advantageous for business. And it's the one that worries some of the legislators because they're worried about the destruction of water, splitting the molecule. But I'll tell you, Jake, actually what I'm aware of in terms of my members who are interested in hydrogen, they're not interested in that. It's way too expensive. They're actually interested in just exploring for naturally producing hydrogen, just like you explore for oil or natural gas. And you find it in nature, and you drill for it essentially and use it that way. And then there's also some interesting talk. When we drill oil or gas wells, we also get what's called produced water. Some water comes up. It's not drinkable water. It's not usable on crops or for livestock. is wastewater. And there's a lot of talk about using that wastewater to produce hydrogen. If we can make something of value out of the wastewater that comes out of a well, that would actually be pretty meaningful.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with Charles Nye and UW and that whole research team, that whole HERC efforts, is the idea that you would repurpose produced water, which is just, it's not going to be useful for anything. Get hydrogen out of that rather than water that in a drought-stricken state, do we want to make water something else? Water's pretty cool in itself, man. We need water.
Right. I think one of the data centers over here in Laramie County, just outside of Cheyenne, is they're not using hydrogen, but they are using a fuel cell technology that doesn't use a lot of water at all. So there's a lot of innovative stuff going on there in terms of how to power these centers with natural gas and using fuel cell technology and that sort of thing. So hydrogen is definitely. I think there's maybe 4 bills or 5 bills in the session this year that have something to do with hydrogen, which is kind of crazy.
Wyoming's been a state, obviously, this had oil, and we're figuring out enhanced ways and new tech ways to get still more oil out of the subsurface. We're also sitting on a lot of natural gas. Is that, I don't know what the market is doing right now for natural gas, but when and if we got natural gas.
Yeah, the market's a roller coaster. It's up, it's down, it's sideways. It went over the course of a couple of days when the East Coast was going through that cold snap, where the price of natural gas was way up in the $20 per MCF range, and now it's back down to like $1.60 or something like that. So, gas is a long-term game, and our problem in Wyoming is we have a hard time getting it out to the places that really need it and want to buy it. Most specifically, there's not a single facility in the west coast of the United States that can export liquefied natural gas. So we can send it to the west, to Los Angeles and Las Vegas that use it, but we can't export it out to places that really need it, like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, et cetera. So we're working pretty hard, and I know the governor has made a couple of trips over there and trying to figure out how we can get our gas to Asian markets, because that would be a game changer.
Pete Obermueller is president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, and I'm sure on your calendar you have set aside every January, February to be down there in Cheyenne. You're probably there now. What other pieces of legislation you looking at that you're hoping pass? Maybe others you're hoping you're not fond of. What are you doing down there with the lawmakers?
Yeah, Jake, this session, every session is a little bit different. This one's the budget session. I'm sure you've probably talked about it. I know you've had some guests talking about it. So they're really wrapped up trying to get the biennial budget figured out. The House and the Senate are a little bit far apart on that. So that's really got most of their attention. And so there's those hydrogen bills I mentioned that are pretty interesting. And there's the Energy Dominance Fund, which I think is really, really important that we get through. And other than that, their eyes aren't really on natural resource stuff all that much this session. So, which is okay. We're in okay shape. It's not that like we need a lot other than those things that I mentioned. So it's been all right for us. And while they kind of wrestle with what the budget is going to look like for the next 2 years.
Well, maybe you got to hand out some more checks to get them talking about petroleum stuff. How is
it's actually not really how it works, Jake. Despite all the news, it's not how it works.
How is SB 123, that Energy Dominance Fund, the EDF program? I hear it's like moving through really well. Like, where is it now? Do you know?
Yeah, it's it's like that old Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. It's got this whole process it's got to go through. Go to committee in the Senate and go through 3 readings, and it's got to go over to the House and go through the same thing. It's moving through that process, and it's in the Senate still. It's sitting waiting for its first hearing in the full Senate. But I don't expect it to really hit any speed bumps in the Senate. It may hit a few speed bumps in the House. We're gonna be spending a lot of time talking to House members about what it is and why we need it. And interesting, I didn't mention it did catch the attention of the White House. The White House sent a letter to legislators here in Wyoming saying this is exactly the kind of thing that we're thinking about when we think about energy dominance, and they really support it. So we're trying to make sure that folks in the House know that we're doing things in Wyoming that catch national attention.
Nah, smart. Who brought this? Was this Beitman and others?
Yeah, it was. We talked about it back in August at a minerals committee meeting where we talked about really thinking big about a large scale program like this, and then President Beitman grabbed those reins, and he brought along the Speaker of the House, Chip Nyman, and the two of them did it together. So lots of co-sponsors on the bill, but it really was spearheaded by the president and the Speaker.
Yeah, through appropriations, through committees, all these votes have been all unanimous. So yeah, this one sounds really good. Yeah, thanks for coming on and letting us know. I did not understand what it was. I thought I knew what it was, but you made me sure now.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's good for Wyoming, and we'll work hard to make sure it gets through the whole process. It's a long and winding process. There's 50 ways to kill a bill, but there's only one way to pass it. So we got to stay on top of it.
Pete Obermueller, anytime you want to come on, Petroleum Association of Wyoming, oil and gas run this state, and important topics always.
Thanks a lot, Jake. Have a great day.
You bet. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show moving along on a Wednesday. More coming. We got Josh Dorrell is going to show up for the Wyoming Business Council and the latest development with that ongoing saga. It's a Wednesday, so we're hoping Claire McFarland can cut some time out for us out of the busy budget session. Jared Petrino will be here. We'll talk UW sports. I can't wait to talk to one of the Supremes, the Supreme. Justice Marilyn Kite will be on the show as well. That and so much more all coming up. Let's get a break. We'll dig right back in.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Let's get Josh in here and talk a little bit about the Business Council. Wyoming Business Council's CEO is Josh Dorrell. Latest development, I say latest, this is the latest I'm reading from Claire McFarland, but I'm sure things change minute to minute down there in Cheyenne. But we saw the Business Council, just to build the background for you and just to make Josh relive it all over again. The Appropriations Committee made some noise about not needing, not wanting, defunding, and just dissolving the Business Council. Hold on just a minute. Pumping the brakes is the Senate. The upper house said, we're not about that. We wouldn't mind looking under the hood, though. And the latest we hear now, Senate File 125 would just press pause and examine Business Council. What works, what doesn't. You've been inviting that the whole way, Josh. You're like, hey, the more people know about what we do, unfortunately, it's what you don't know is maybe the reason why you want to say we don't need you. Yeah, come on in, see what we do. Thanks for being on, Josh.
My pleasure, Jake. Thank you for having me.
So this is, I don't know, good news, bad news, still wait to see, but Senate 125 came out of committee 4-1. We'll talk about who voted for and not, but what would this bill do as far as you know? I'm sure you've read it. It would, what does press pause mean? And certainly you a full audit of what Business Council does from success to a swing and miss is welcome by you.
Yeah, I think that's the key is that what this bill allows us to do is take a deep dive and bring people along. We actually do all of those deep dives anyway, and we report it out to our board in public meetings, and we do a financial audit every year, report that to the state. But what this does is it brings more people in, and I think the changes that were made during the committee actually bring it back into the Minerals Committee, which in my view is a great place to be. The Minerals Committee's got some really, really great legislators on it. I think it's a good way to take that deep dive and bring legislators along so we could craft a policy that works. And, it was a clear message too, that bringing the stakeholders along is obviously really important and bring those folks from the economic development organizations, chambers of commerce, making sure that cities and counties are represented. We're all in, so we're excited about it.
What is currently, Josh, the process of report card? Like one thing is, how do we even what are the measurable metrics? That's one thing I know Brad Enzi, Laramie Chamber of Business Alliance says, how do we even measure success? What does that look like? But what is it currently now, Josh? Could it use more? Could it use an extra step? But right now, what do you do? Who do you report to? How often? And then what do you tell them? Like, hey, we just did this and it's making all this money for this. I don't know. How do you do it now, and what steps could be added?
Yeah, we're required to, and we're happy to put a report out to the legislature each year with the metrics around our Business Ready Communities program, which takes a look at the money that's been invested in the communities, and then what's the economic impact of that. So that is all done. Our financial audit, we work with the state, the auditor, as well as the Department of Audit, which are two different areas, to make sure that our financial audit is done each year and goes in with the state audit. So we do those things. However, what I think the question about metrics is a really key one, because it depends. A lot of times it depends on the location that you're in, because 10 jobs in Shoshone is a lot different than 10 jobs in Cheyenne. It's a lot more impactful in a place like Shoshone. And so we want to come up with metrics that make sense. We want to make sure that we're reporting those things. It's really interesting. Over the last few weeks, we've been able to sort of get some bite-sized chunks of metrics. And for every dollar that is put into our Business Ready Communities program or what's called our YVC, the Venture Capital Fund, that turns around $25 of economic impact, and it brings 65 cents back to the state. So you think about it, and you're really spending 35 cents to get $25 of economic impact in our state. And so it's a really powerful thing, because economic impact essentially is what people really care about on the ground. Revenues are tough to look at. GDP is tough to look at. We care about those things. But what we find is at the local level, in workers and businesses, what they care about most is that economic impact.
It sounds like some impressive ROI, and some of it I still feel is immeasurable. I mean, you add one job, but what does that mean? One job means somebody came, brought their family. Maybe the spouse has a job. The kids got to go to a school. Now you got to hire teachers, and I mean, it just we've seen the impact of just one job, one little thing, and how it can spill out into a community. What do you make of from the governor's office, Chief of Staff Drew Perkins saying that if we really want to drill down on business council and things that we like and don't like, he suggested maybe that the business ready community program he called is controversial, but there may be other functions of the business council that work very, very well. What do you think? The business ready communities program, do you want to defend that? Do you want to say, yeah, maybe it is what the sticking point? Maybe that's what lawmakers are really analyzing. And then what do you believe Perkins is talking about, things that do work well? What are those?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think the Business Ready Communities program is actually a really good program. I think it matches up really Wyoming values, which is we're not going to be like Texas and just throw money at companies and then tax them later. We just don't do that. We build assets in a community, and that's infrastructure like water, sewer, streets, roads, sometimes buildings that the community owns, but it's all for growth. And so I think Business Ready Communities, should we take a fine tooth comb to it? Absolutely. Should we help explain it better? Absolutely. But getting rid of it, I think that people don't realize what it unlocks at a local level. In fact, in that same meeting, you heard the mayor of Cheyenne talk about how much it really unlocked a lot of growth. Even in a place like Cheyenne, they needed that to unlock the growth. And now it's, they're really kind of moving on their own. We want to be able to do that in other places, and BRC is a way to unlock growth. On the other side of the coin, there are a number of programs that have a even better ROI and make a difference. They're all very surgical, though. So, for example, our innovation research matching that we do, that helps entrepreneurs take a technology and commercialize it. That's a hard thing to do in Wyoming. It just is. And that program helps it. It's got a great ROI. Our venture capital fund, same thing. But it's our services, I think, that people overlook. And that's our people who are on the ground helping communities solve problems and really dig into how can they not only understand the problem better, but how can they solve a few of those problems. We've been doing assessment to action throughout the state. And in Rock Springs, just a few weeks ago, we had a legislator in one of the sessions where we broke down the problem into bite-sized chunks so that the community could start working on it. And he was like, gosh, this is amazing. I didn't realize that you could do this and really kind of help our city along. This is the type of thing that the Business Council could do. And we've been doing it. And I think that it's a really good sign when people recognize that work.
You've mentioned before the BRC, the Business Ready Communities, has helped. Like, you could have the greatest mousetrap ever, and if you can't get it out the door to the Amazon warehouse because there's no road, certainly BRC could be helpful there. What is the Wyoming Main Streets program?
Yeah. So Wyoming Main Street, it's actually a national program, National Main Street. And what it does is it helps communities that have chosen to put emphasis on their main streets and be part of this program. It sort of helps them with best practices. It helps them with the right metrics to employ. And it really gives them programming to make sure that their main streets are vibrant, make sure that they are investing in their downtowns, and they're helping the retail environment really thrive. And even in some cases, manufacturing on Main has become something of in vogue and really helpful. And I think that's just for us, it's one person runs that program. A number of communities throughout the state plug in and utilize that programming. And they report back their metrics to us to show the investment that they're making, that the state and maybe federal dollars are putting into their downtowns to make them vibrant and places want to be. I think people sometimes forget that there are these things called third spaces. And we think about our home, we think about our work, but a community needs to have these third spaces. Those are places where people can meet outside of their home and work so that they can, feel part of a community. They can enjoy the life that they're creating. And that's an important component, especially today.
I'd never even heard that term. And when you explained it, that is one of the huge things that makes you feel, even if you're not even from a community, it makes you feel more welcome, makes you feel like there is a community there when you have these third space places. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so where is, on one hand we have the House, which in general, just to generalize, the House is saying we might not need a business council. The Senate is saying we want to really evaluate what they do with Senate File 125. So somewhere in the middle, we got to compromise and meet somehow. Where do you know? Is there a mirror bill in the House that looks and sounds like SF 125? Like, let's just press pause and see what the Business Council does.
There's another bill that's similar. It's not a complete mirror, but it's a similar bill working its way through the House. We were just at House Appropriations yesterday morning talking about this bill. It did have some amendments and then was passed to be decided on the floor. It's a very similar type of situation. I think it's a very good bill. Same type of idea. What came out of this, and the discussion was, let's create like a super group, if you will, of the joint appropriations and the joint minerals in the interim to really take a deep dive into the Business Council. And you might not have noticed it while I was in committee because I'm tend to be pretty serious. But gosh, on the inside, I was just excited as can be, because having both appropriations and minerals work on a topic together, gosh, we couldn't have asked for a better situation.
Oh, that's good. So what would a freeze mean as you understand it? Like, that doesn't sound much better than eliminate. Like, you have so many things that are working right now. Like, to just stop them, what does freeze mean? How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I think it's more of a it's more of a stay the way we are right now. It's not add any new programs. It's not to sort of like continue to grow the programs. It's really stay the way we are, stay that course, and work toward a policy and investment solution that makes sense with the legislature. So we would continue to operate in a lot of ways as we do today, but a parallel path would be working with the legislature to develop sort of the new framework, the new code that runs our software, if you will, so that we can operate better in the future.
So if we do get to a WBC 2.0, and it'll likely come with cuts, at least in what you had originally proposed. I think Business Council went to the governor with a 111 million ask, somewhere in that neighborhood. The governor's office says it sounds like more like 54 million, just ballparking.
Yep.
What would work for you? Can you work within what kind of frame can you work in the 50 millions? What if it's less than that? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's still a lot of process that has to happen within the budget amendments, both in the House and the Senate. Obviously, those are two different bodies. They're going to have to come together and come up with something. I've been saying, like, we've been really smart with state funds, and we've actually held funds over, because we can do that with business ready communities. We've actually held funds over and have some funds that we can deploy. We did that because there weren't great projects. There weren't projects that we wanted to work on. So now we have those funds. I hope we get to keep those. That's sort of step one. But I think we look at it as, who are our people, who are our partners, and how do we make sure that they can still do the work on the ground? And then if we can have some funds for business ready communities, that's a win, big time. And then of course the innovation matching is also really important. So I think there are levers that the legislature can pull to make things get through the budget and still accomplish their goals. But we're definitely not going to look the same after this budget session.
Give me an idea of where money goes, Wyoming Business Council, and how much gets into grant programs, loan programs, how much is overhead. Whatever we give to GoFundMe or we give to a charity, we like to know the money's going to where it needs to be going. What's overhead at Business Council, and how much do you make sure that money is impactful?
Yeah, our overhead's actually pretty small. We're probably around 15% of our entire budget is for our 15 to 20%, depending on how big BRC is for overhead. And the rest of it goes to communities. It goes to loans. It goes to, into our business, any business grants for federal matching. But most of the money that we have actually goes out to partners like the Small Business Development Center, Manufacturing Works, Wyoming Women's Business Centers. And it also goes out to the communities through infrastructure and planning. And then it goes to businesses in terms of innovation matching. So we don't actually use much of our budget for our operations. Most of that is delivered out to our customers, if you will.
If all that comes of the Business Council saga is a better understanding of what you guys do, that's great. That's
a win. That's a win. Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Josh, for being on.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, have a great day.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Wyoming Business Council, Josh Dorrell, that's the CEO. And of course, they're just about every day, I imagine, for this budget session, they're going to be in front of some committee, some speaker, somebody in the House or the Senate. The latest news, though, Senate File 125 came out of committee in a 4-1 vote, sponsored by Senator Gary Crum, Republican Laramie. It would freeze the Business Council on any future, upcoming additional developments or projects, and just try to understand a better understanding of what it is Business Council does and how much money they need to do it. That's the Senate's idea. We'll see what the House thinks. They have similar legislation on their side. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The chair of the Wyoming Legislative Committee investigating the check passing controversy said on Tuesday the committee is going to pause its work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that's because the local sheriff's office has undertaken its own investigation.
It's a pause because once you have a live criminal investigation, all of a sudden, boom, you've got like Fifth Amendment concerns and due process concerns. So what Representative Washit, who has the experience in this area, is saying is we don't want to violate someone's rights that they're supposed to retain during a criminal investigation.
This investigation is in response to Rebecca Bextel, the state committee chairwoman for the Teton County GOP, who handed out checks February 9th after adjournment on the state House of Representatives floor. In response to Checkgate, Governor Gordon on Tuesday banned campaign contributions on state property. So did the Senate in areas it controls in response to the controversy. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the governor is taking the action after the incident that happened last week.
He narrowed that to the part that belongs to the executive branch, but the Senate passed a similar rule also Tuesday saying we're not doing this in places that the Senate controls. The House, as of Tuesday, had not passed a rule, but it has been dealing with this controversy in other ways.
Governor Mark Gordon on Tuesday signed an executive order banning the solicitation, delivery, or acceptance of campaign contributions on property where state business is conducted. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Senate voted Tuesday to restore the governor's $11 billion budget, but the House voted against it. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that things got heated when Representative Mike Yin said budget planners were stabbing agencies they disliked.
Representative Yin actually got out the knife hands and was gesturing during this conversation, basically saying, we're stabbing certain agencies, we're gouging things in broad strokes. And Representative Tony Locke and ultimately the House Speaker Chip Nyman, they were like, whoa, this conversation has gotten really charged. Let's just focus on the substance of the budget. The intervention during the knife hands unfolded because some people were expressing displeasure with the Joint Appropriations Committee, with the budget planners who did this draft. And the conversation kept revolving back to, can we trust the budget committee?
After a few lawmakers expressed themselves, House Speaker Chip Nyman had the last word, saying, quote, "Ain't nobody stabbing nobody." Meteorologists aren't seeing a trend just yet, but they do see this week of winter weather as a promising sign. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that at this point, we'll take any amount of snow.
Around 2 to 5 inches, which isn't much, and it's not going to make up for what we've missed out on. But as many meteorologists said to me, beggars can't be choosers. You take what you can get. And the prognosis is positive that going forward into March, we're going to see more of these precipitation events. And even if there are high pressure ridges blocking that weather, they're going to be strong enough to push through and get us some much needed moisture.
Wyoming will be blustery, snowy, and cold this week. In short, it's everything we've missed for most of the winter season up to this point. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction. A chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Welcome back. Halfway through a Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily. So officially halfway through the week. I like to, note progress. Halfway through the week. Claire McFarland may or may not join us. She's kind of scheduled for Wednesdays. Hit and miss, though. She's obviously got her hands full covering the budget session, which is now in week 2. All about budgeting. The latest is the Senate seems to be closer to liking everything they saw out of the governor's proposed biannual budget. The House, not so much. And those two chambers getting together on the budget, that's going to take the whole session before we even introduce recalibration with the K through 12 recalibration, before we even get down to other things that you would expect are going to occur this budget session. Yeah, just hammering out, finding a place between right-sizing government and still keeping things funded and rolling. There's a big gap between there. Claire McFarland is here. Claire, I'm glad you made time for us. What do you make of Speaker Nyman's triple negative? Ain't nobody stabbing nobody. Are you horrified by the grammar, mortified by the grammar, or is that the most Wyoming thing ever?
I talk that way when I'm upset.
Me too.
Yeah. No, I don't
I love
think
it.
that. Oh, hair's wet. I don't think Jimmy intended that headline to make fun of him, and I certainly didn't okay it that way. Like, I think it was like, this is who we are. When we're upset,
Totally.
we're gonna these words are good. No, my kids make fun of me all the time because I grew up rural Wyoming, and I have a little of that when I'm upset. You know, I'm on with you. I'm supposed to be the beacon of fine English in my professional role, but my kids make fun of me for some of the Wyomingisms that pour out of me when I'm upset.
In Riverton, Claire McFarland is speaker of her house, and she knows how to use her big words. But also, yes, in the heat of the moment, you may hear things like a triple negative. Ain't nobody stabbing nobody. I love it. I thought it was cool as heck. I want to ask you about recalibration. The topic came up and then went away, and then where is it? Because this is, every 5 years we got to do this in education, and fitting it into what looks to be a very busy budget session. Can we fit it in? And what's up next? Where do we go with it?
Let's look, because so the way Senator Rothfuss reframed it.
Yeah.
Senate File 81. The way Senator Rothfuss reframed it in Senate Education Committee, he added at least $125 million.
Yeah.
It looked like actually closer to $146 million by the time he added in a $10 million something that I don't remember. I don't know if it was $10 million per year, but yeah. So why am I burping? Sorry. So because he was adding money, it has to go to appropriations, right? It can't go directly to the Senate floor. So let's see. I don't know if it was slated for appropriations. What the destination is. Appropriations did recommend it pass yesterday, so I must have missed that amid all the House budget drama.
You got to vote on that? Yeah. Vote number?
Yeah, so now so that was four in favor, looks like one excused.
Okay.
Who wasn't there? Salazar wasn't there. Salazar was bouncing around. He had to visit at least one other committee that day. So yeah. So 4 in favor, okay, we're okay with this money you added, but now the full Senate gets to debate it.
Okay. Let's talk about again the check gate. Hopefully we're going to put a period on this whole drama. But the check gate, the latest is Governor Gordon. This is what I thought we should do before we hear anything about investigations, what the checks were for, and how we need to behave. Just stop money passing hands during session or on property of, government property. What did Governor Gordon do to weigh in? He just said, hey, no campaign contributions on state property.
Right. This executive order could become a permanent rule if the other elected officials agree. The order carved out the portions of the Capitol controlled by the Senate and House. Senate already handled its region, saying, yeah, this is not allowed in areas the Senate controls. The House, as of right now, I might have missed some of the overnight action, but my last read of the House was they did not have a rule that matches the governor's order or the Senate's new rule, but they have been busy. They pulled nearly an all-nighter working on the budget. Because the Senate adopted just a massive bulk amendment to return its version of the budget to the governor's November recommendation. Generally, they dodged having to individually vet 80 amendments that would have equated to that, right? But the House rejected the GovsRec amendment, and so they had to go through each of those provisions one by one, and they were up.
Yeah.
They were still at it long after midnight.
I mean, So Claire, how does it work? You got the governor's $11 million budget, which
11 billion.
11 billion. Yeah, sorry with a B. And for the most part, the Senate says, yeah, it might need a little tweaking, but we kind of like it. The House, from all the way back with appropriations, said, it's way bloated. We need a right-sized government. We're cutting this. How do they work simultaneously together, the House and Senate? Or is the House over there saying, this is what that $11 billion budget ought to look like? And the Senate says, no, it ought. And then how do you ever make the two mesh?
So if they each are vetting the budget and they can't, their final versions don't match, and they will not match.
Right.
They appoint a joint conference committee. So delegates from each chamber that have to then haggle those differences.
And is there, in a budget session, is there the halfway point, the turnaround time where certain bills have to have a second or third, like by then, or they're dead? What do they have?
Yeah, there's deadlines.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the deadlines.
I know. Come on, Claire, Leo.
Yeah. Ooh, I am not Leo. I have some huge shoes to fill.
Leo's certainly good at it, no doubt.
Jake, my computer has frozen.
All right. Well, don't worry. I just wondered
there's
if
a
there
crossover
were.
deadline.
There is a crossover. Like things need to, if this is going to go from House to Senate or vice versa, like here's the date it has to happen by. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I got it.
But I don't remember where that is.
Right. Is there any, what's it? Looking at the guts of the budget, we just talked about business council. I just had Josh on. We just had a potential compromise from the Senate to freeze and look at rather than dismantle business council. I get that. What about the latest on UWs? The university is President Seidel there in Cheyenne. Is he going to get called before lawmakers again? Where are we with that? What's next?
The fate of the university now is in the budget process, right? And this is $40 million cut. It's like 10 or 11% cut to its state grants, and then there were some schools shielded from that, which would deepen the cut for the schools that were not shielded from that. But it's not 10% of their total operating budget, right? They have grants, they have tuition, they have other sources of revenue. And so it's actually a much smaller piece of the pie than, from the state's perspective, it's considered to be. Yeah, I mean, UW, on Friday, both chambers had riotous debates on UW and whether it should be cut and why we're cutting it. In the House, they were probing, like, is this because of a culture clash? Yes, this is because of a culture clash. In the Senate, they were very concerned about the shield. Like, whoa, this shield for some of these schools that aren't getting federal money is going to make them sustain a 25% cut. So the UW is going to be on the edge of its seat until it's over, pretty much, because you can amend the budget throughout the process. Yeah. It's not the same as a standalone bill where, like, there are hard deadlines, like you're done monkeying with this bill. Like, the budget is very fluid, and that's what this session is for.
Yeah, I get that. Talking about Leo would not have had the skill set, the arrow in his quiver when it comes to the cop shop. And who would have thought you would have needed a relationship with the SO, the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, in a legislative session? But you do need to be in contact with Sheriff Kozak and understand what is the latest with their investigation, because it has paused this 7-person task force looking into the ethics of the checks. And I think Sheriff Kozak's looking into even the legality, whether they're legal or not. What have you heard anything from there? And I'm as sure as we know something from Sheriff Kozak, I'm sure you'll hear.
Yeah. There's no phrase a reporter likes to hear less than "it's under investigation." That just means that I'm frozen out until it's over. So one of the this is interesting because Representative Provenza chose not to, when she snapped that photo February 9th at 5:32 p.m., she chose not to take it directly to leadership. She chose not to file like an ethics complaint and complain to the Speaker of the House and do things that way. She chose to feed it to the press. And then, you know, the media got to ask hard questions of those involved before it broke. And so, agree with it or disagree with it, Provenza's plan for this controversy was for it to be public every step of the way. And so when she made her motion last Thursday, like, we're going to form an investigative committee, one of the stipulations was that it would conduct its business in public. And so Sheriff Kozak on Saturday was like, I'm investigating. That seals everything. Like, great. Now we can't do public records requests. And I get Art Washet's point. Chairman Washet said, there's presumptive innocence. There's due process in this country. When you are risking criminal culpability, then you have these rights to where people can't be all up in your business because you've got a case of your own to preserve, a possible defense of your own to preserve. So as a former cop, former law enforcement instructor, he made those points. And I do get it. And I do love the Constitution. I just, the distinction between public and not public with the two investigations is certainly not lost on me as a clarion of the First Amendment.
Yeah, and I don't know anyone but Washet would have recognized that. That's coming from him. That's an important. He has a background. I don't know. I want to talk about two other things quick before you go. One is getting back to Provenza's photo and what she chose to do with it. Outnumbered 53-7 or whatever it is in the House, and given that Representative Yin had already said, point of order, that didn't look good, and he was kind of shouted down a little bit. I don't mind the photo going, what she did with it, going right to media. Let media, make what it will of the photo, because without the photo, I think there could have been an effort to just say didn't happen or downplay what happened.
You do gotta. I remarked to a judge the other day. I have to have a judicial temperament too, because you do gotta recognize, like, this happened. The optics are at least bad enough to garner the publicity and the outrage that they have thus far garnered. There may also be. It is also an inevitable truth of politics. Not characters necessarily that are involved, but just of politics, time immemorial, that there may be people who are viewing this with more of an opportunistic approach. There may be people who see this as an opportunity to get at their political foes. There may be people who are very sincere. This is the people's house. This looks horrible. This cannot happen. And I was explaining this to my husband. I write every story for my husband because he is the Wyoming man, right? He's the blue jean, flannel shirt, bearded Wyoming guy that kind of reads the headlines and goes, huh? And he was like, what is so sacred about the House floor, Claire? What is the juice here? And I was explaining to him, like, okay, for example, during debate, they weren't during debate, they were post-adjournment, but during debate, you can't even say people's names, right?
Yeah.
Because names are charged. If you're like, well, Trump this, or, Governor Gordon this, the people that you're debating with conjure that personality and however they feel about that personality. They say when you get dementia, your name is the last thing you forget. Names are incredibly charged. And so when they're in debate, they say, oh, the chief executive of the country, the chief executive of the state to the south of us, the state to the north of us, the county with the county near the tall mountains. They don't say Jackson because Jackson, Teton County are charged terms. And that's because if you're making a law that interacts with the governor, for example, or with Teton County, for example, that law is going to outlast whatever fleeting character traits have us all worked up right now. Most likely. And that's why it has to be a merits-based debate. So I was explaining things like this to my husband, like, okay, the house is such a sacred place. We don't even throw names around.
Yeah.
And we have not seen money thrown around on it, at least not in my recollection.
There's reasons for civility, decorum when it comes to the work of lawmakers in Cheyenne, definitely in the Capitol. So one last thing, do you know where is House Bill 141? Because the committee woman who shall not be named from the county who shall not be named is certainly behind this bill, which would curb affordable housing mitigation schemes. And I would imagine when and if this bill comes up, all eyes on me, as Tupac says.
So it cleared appropriations. House Appropriations, only Sherwood voting against the recommendation. Oh gosh, yesterday, I think that notation might be wrong. So it cleared appropriations. Let's see if it's slated for the House today. I'm not sure what the House is
you need to be there. I mean, you want to be in the room when they talk about this one.
Yeah, except my usual rule is do not talk about the future with Jake.
Oh,
that's my usual rule. Okay, let's see if it's on the House for today. It is on for third reading today.
Oh my.
So, I guess the question today, if they get time, is does this clear the House? And then how will the Senate treat it? The Senate rejected its Bextel bill. They failed its 2/3 introduction majority. So I think it had a simple majority, but failed 2/3, which it needed during the budget session. The question will become, does House Bill 141, it probably will clear the House today, does it stall out in someone's drawer on the Senate side? Does it fail to enter the chamber? Does someone kill it along the way? Does someone amend the crap out of it? We'll see.
Amend the crap out of it. Hey, nobody stabbing nobody. Claire McFarland, House Speaker in Riverton. Cowboy State Daily. She's the House Speaker in her house. We got to take a break. I'll be right back.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter.
kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
What did I just watch? WTF. I'm looking at this story from The Independent. I'm assuming it's not fake news. I mean, it's on the internet. The Independent, they're like a legit media source, right? Sort of. And I'm looking at this 90-second video featuring Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and he's doing a workout video with Kid Rock. I can't think of a more unlikely or likely pairing of two dudes working out. In some ways, it seems so right that those two would be working out together. Hey, man, you want to go over to the gym and lift weights? Yeah. RFK Jr. and Kid Rock. Photos or it didn't happen. Here it is. This is courtesy of Robert F. Kennedy on his Twitter account. Well, now they call it X. RFK Jr. posted this on X because I think he wants America to see his bod. And and Kid Rock recently off the disappointing MAGA show. I know some people loved it, and whatever. If it Turning Point USA, MAGA, the alternative Super Bowl show from Kid Rock, who I'm not a fan. I can't understand a thing he says. It's just loud, bad rock. It's just bad. It's like pseudo loud country. I just don't like Kid Rock. I only know like two of his songs, and I'm reluctant to ever play them when I'm DJing. Here's this. This can't be real. I mean, it really does feel fake, doesn't it? RFK posting these on his X account, unless someone else did it, unless he's been hacked. This is him working out on the Peloton while Kid Rock in the background is doing push-up. This is America has become a comedy show, a reality comedy show that is America. And then here are these two goofballs toasting in the hot tub, toasting milk, because RFK Jr. has now made milk safe again. He's made milk great again. Whole milk is now returning to, or at least 2% is returning to schools. That was an RFK Jr. thing. I don't know if it can't be fake. It's got to be real, right? What is to be gained? RFK looks good for a 72-year-old. Dude, the guy is ripped. So he's doing something right. But this posting of his 90-second video starts with Kennedy and Kid Rock posing shirtless with the words Secretary Kennedy and Kid Rock's Rock Out Workout flash across the screen, those words. And then video cuts to a montage of RFK Jr. and Kid Rock eating, sitting in a car, holding the U.S. flag, lifting weights at the gym. They end up in the sauna together in their towels. Oh, boy. This photo right here, if this is all that's ever shared, this has got to have Canada just shaking their head going, who is living in our basement? You know, the United States is Canada's basement. Who are those kids living in our basement? Look at them. Kid Rock in the background. This is not the effect that RFK Jr. was going for. Can't be. This is social unawareness. Situational unawareness. Like if RFK is meaning to, I don't know what he's meaning. If his intent of showing these pictures of him working out all ripped and stuff without his shirt on, if this is his Tinder account, if this is his new, then I would scrub out Kid Rock in the background. Look, Kid Rock doing push-ups in the background of RFK working the stationary bike in the sauna. Working out in his jeans, right? RFK Jr. works out in his jeans. That's already disturbing enough. Oh, I mean, really? You can't get sweatpants or shorts. He works out in his jeans. That's weird. But weirder still is posting your workout with Kid Rock on X. I mean, a world is laughing at the USA. I would think. So this time we were supposed to have on a guest, and I want to bring it down for a moment. Let's stop laughing at our Secretary of, what is he? Health and Human Services. When he's not busy redesigning the food pyramid, he's sharing photos of his half-clad bod on X. And his buddy Kid Rock. Yeah, let's take it down a notch. Jonas Black was to be on in this segment, but we're hearing that Jonas had to put his dog down. And the only reason I share that info, that is personal information. I normally would not share that, a guest is not appearing because he just had to put his dog down. But Jonas Black, that is his life. He is a dog trainer for more than 2 decades now. That is what Jonas Black does. So imagine someone whose job, their vocation, their career, their calling is working with dogs. And he's, by all accounts, really good at it. I've seen some of his videos. I've seen some of his success stories. For instance, he just had on, I think Insta or somewhere, he had on this one segment with a dog that the dog had the full bite muzzle on. And the video started with, either you get it, either you behave, either I fix you, or you're dead. That's where you are in life. This dog had bitten people. This dog was unsocialized, ill-socialized. This dog was on the way to a doggy gas chamber. And his last chance was Jonas Black. Being able to connect with him, turn him around, figure out what was wrong, what's going wrong in your life, dog. And that's what he's great at. America's outlaw dog trainer, Jonas Black. He was to be on right now, but he just had to put his dog down. And that is one of the hardest things you'll ever have to do as a dog owner. Everybody's had to do it or will do it. And that's tough. And for a guy who does this, he's a dog trainer. He's a dog whisperer, and he had put his dog down. So I feel for him. We'll have him on as soon as he's ready. He is the guy, by the way, Jonas Black is the guy he organized that rally for the wolf, the tortured wolf in the Daniel, Wyoming thing, Cody Roberts, that whole deal. He organized the original rally and then the anniversary year after rally. And basically, Jonas Black has been the voice for a wolf that can't speak for itself, even if it was still alive. And Jonas Black is on his way or already in Cheyenne. He's going to testify. He's going to speak to the legislature about proposed bills, proposed laws that would protect wildlife from torture. Basically, it's all about animal cruelty advocation. And what can Wyomingites do to wolves and what can we not do to wolves? And he's a canine behavioral specialist. He's going to talk to lawmakers in Cheyenne about proposed legislation to toughen animal cruelty and perhaps finally do away with the practice of wolf whacking. I'm not a fan. And I don't know too many people who are. I know there's Wyoming rednecks who not only think it's okay to run over wolves with their snow machines, but think it's great sport, great fun, something to do on a weekend. It's sick. And that's not to say that wolves don't have to be dispatched at times, or wolves should not be hunted, or wolves should not be under state management. I'm also for the rancher who's had to deal with wolf depredation. And the best answer he gets from the feds is, hey, we'll pay you for your lost sheep. You won't ever pay me enough. The compensation. Yeah. So I'm all for a rancher. And if he's got a problem wolf sniffing around his stock, SSS. Shoot, shovel, shut up, take care of business. I'm all for that. But I'm not all for just the unnecessary torture and cruelty to wolves, the practice of running them over with snow machines. And a lot of this is deep-seated hatred that's in the DNA of some Wyomingites at this point. It's a fear of the wolf that's been around for centuries. And it culminated in the extinction of the animal between ranchers and everybody in the state of Wyoming. Bounties on the wolf, poisoning of the wolf, blowing up wolf dens with dynamite. I mean, we killed wolves in any way possible until they were gone. Some say there were a few left, but whatever. We eradicated a wolf through fear and deep-seated hatred. The wolf serves a purpose in the ecosystem, in my opinion. You may hate the wolf, but whatever amount of hatred you have for a wolf, it never justifies chasing it down with a snow machine. That gives no chance for a wolf. That's not even ethical. It's not fair. You want to hunt it, you want to kill it for something. Fine, do it. Dispatch it with a one well-placed shot. Running it down to exhaustion and running it over with your snow machine, bringing it to a bar, showing it to your friends, taping its mouth shut, keeping it alive long enough to torture it. There's nothing right about that. Jonas Black is going to be on when he can be, and we'll talk about that stuff. And we'll also track proposed legislation regarding that as it comes up in the budget session. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We do have Jared Petrino coming on And we'll talk UW sports. How about that? Cowboy basketball team with a big win over Fresno State the other day.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. No duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. Jared Petrino is here to talk all things UW sports. Go Pokes! Jared, good to see you. What's happening?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Enjoying the win over Fresno State. I guess the boys took a cue from the girls team. The ladies, the women, got hot from deep against UNLV. 16 triples going back a week ago in that win over UNLV. And not to be outdone, the men's team also launching threes. 15 of them. That's a season high.
Yeah, that was awesome. They got on fire. It was good. Probably the best thing that could have happened to them after Saturday's kind of late game execution was to get back on the floor as fast as possible. And thank goodness the schedule came out with the Tuesday game so they could make that time in between games a lot quicker. And they got out there and they did a great job and were able to knock down a bunch of shots that they weren't able to do on Saturday.
Hung 92 on Fresno State, which is a pretty good team. 92-82 win. That's encouraging. Back in the win column anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good for them. They got a big stretch here down the stretch before the tournament to try to get some momentum going into the tournament. I don't know where they're at with some of these guys getting healthy again, but looks like Nas is playing better and the backcourt's playing better. And so it's hopefully get some of these guys back for the tournament because I don't think anybody wants to play us.
What is your assessment now on the Cowboys? I know going into the season, Coach Wicks, we were going to be a team that played the bench, that cycled through maybe 8 or 9 guys in a game. We were going to run hard, make you breathe heavy when you came to Wyoming anyway. But what about the nuts and bolts of the team? Are we going to play defense? Were we going to shoot threes? Were we going to be tough in the down low post? Like, what kind of team are we? Do we have any kind of character assessment now? Who are the Cowboys?
Yeah, I think it's that. I think they still try to get up and down as much as they can. Obviously, to do that, you got to get stops on the defensive end. And if there's one probably, I don't want to say glaring thing, but the size, we don't have a true big man, especially when our big freshman is out. He's been out with a broken hand and I think he had a concussion. So I don't know if he's coming back. But I think when we face a team that's got size, that's where we struggle a little bit getting stops but they play their butts off. They play hard. Coach Wicks definitely coaches them hard, but he loves them harder, and it's fun to watch those guys develop and see growth, and not any bad at body language and stuff like that. I'm just really impressed with them. I think they do a good job, and I just hope that they can. I know they're going to lose a couple guys to graduation, but hopefully they can keep the consistency going and keep guys around for a couple years to build that tradition.
It's always tough to coach to the team you have, coach to your roster, or coach onto the team you have. Like what coaches always have to balance that. Like, I want to play this style of offense or defense, whether it's football or basketball, any sport. The coach has his game plan, what he wants to implant on the players. But a lot of times the best coaches have to react to what they got. This is who I got, says Sundance Wicks. I don't have a big team. I want to run. I want to get points in transition. That half-court offense, maybe that's not the way we go. We got to run. We got to run because this is what we got. Is that something coaches is that like coaching IQ? Coaching 101 is, this is my stamp on this team. This is how we play. We're physical. We're whatever. Or does coaching, when you get in the advanced PhD of coaching, do you say, well, these are the guys I got?
Yeah, I think though, you always hear the quote by even some of the best football coaches ever. They say they respect the high school coaches the most because they don't know what they got coming in. They have to adjust every year. They can't just say this is who we are, because in high school you don't have your pick of the litter. It's who you got, right? So I think with this the transfer portal and the liquidity of rosters and in and out and all that stuff, I think you're gonna have to become more of a high school coach, because you don't know who you're gonna get. You're gonna take the best players and how that roster fits. You're gonna try to you're gonna have your core values and your core things that you want to be good at and do those things, but I think there's going to have to be some coaching flexibility as you see teams move on and rosters continue to be so much movement on those rosters.
In this day and age, the ink is never dry on the playbook. It's like it was just written up weeks ago. I don't know. Right. The girls lost a heartbreaker against Boise, right? Oh, by 1-2.
Yeah. That was a back and forth game. Towards the end of the game, it was tough to see. It came down to who made the play at the end, and they made a shot to go up by 2, and the Cowgirls had their chance and unfortunately weren't able to execute with I think 7 seconds left.
Jared, how we doing on the mat? I think we got that one guy. What's his name? There's always like one superstar dude on the wrestling team.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, their dual record was pretty impressive. What was it, 7-1 or 8-1 or something like that this year? So that's awesome that we got a good full that just touches the depth of the roster and get some guys qualified for the national tournament. And who knows what can happen, And so get some, that's the one thing about wrestling. You never know. Someone told me once you can score a 10-point play to win a match at any point, even if you're down by 10. So as long as it takes one mistake, and so. It's sad to see those Cowboys. I know Coach Branch will have them ready to go for this postseason, and it'll be fun ride to watch.
You watching any Winter Olympics?
Yeah, I've been taking in some of that. I got kind of dialed in with some curling the other night. Kind of got to feel that football. Nothing on Sunday to watch anymore. So you got some curling watch. I watched the gal from Jackson win the gold medal, which was awesome to see, and. That was actually a couple weeks ago, but it's been fun to watch. I love watching the Americans compete. It's such a cool thing to sit around with your kids and watch, and them ask questions about the Olympics and how it all started and how do you get to the Olympics and all that stuff. And it's kind of cool to see, as you're looking at them watch the TV and see like their dreams and be how cool it is to represent your country. So.
Yeah, I mean the hotbed of alpine skiing, downhill skiing. Jackson Hole, you got 3 resorts to choose from. I know the Olympic team sometimes early season will take runs down Snow King just for the 1,500 feet of vertical drop unlike anything. And you watch, like, we have so many like TGR filming trick skiers in the backcountry. But what they did, the downhill stuff, when you watch Breezy ski, it is so aggressive. The first thing that jumps out at you is the aggression. She attacks a run. It's unreal.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how fearless they are. I mean, there's nothing, not a lick of fear goes in their bodies. It's all adrenaline, and unfortunately, that's why their wrecks are probably the way they are. But like at the same time, it's fun. What a stage to be put on, and I can't imagine the adrenaline going through them, and to be able to execute it on that stage is impressive. Especially, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't she like an alternate going into it? They didn't know for sure, and then she got pulled up and she wins a gold medal. You just never know. You only got to be good on that day. That's what everyone always says. Like when you're training for a pro day for the NFL or whatever, you just got to be fast. One of my former Cowboy once told me, Derek Martin, who played in the NFL for a good career, he was, just got to be fast on that day. You just got to be fast one day, and people will fall in love with you. So.
Yeah, in football, you hope it's the combines. You run your fastest 40, and in skiing, you just want it to be that one run, any given Sunday, any given Olympics. Breezy, yeah, I'm just watching my socials, my Facebook, and all my friends who posted like, way to go, Breezy, or I used to teach her in elementary school, all the people that know her and knew her. And yeah, we're so proud of Breezy and Jalen Koff. I know she wanted gold, but man, that watching her, I've seen her ski bumps in Targhee, and yeah, she's one of those that whiz by you and you're like, she hot shot. You feel like when you first see him, you're like, oh man. But look at her now. She's wearing Olympic medals.
And I just got an alert that Schifrin got a gold medal this morning. So sorry to burst your bubble for people wanting to watch tonight, but it looks like she's going to end her career with a gold medal. So that's nice. Awesome to see. So
that's good. Yeah, I'm excited for the hockey, U.S., Canada. That'll be fun. Yeah. Both men's and women's. I think that's where they play hockey. U.S. and Canada, man.
It's going to be fun. And Canada's got to be couldn't be waiting to play them again after what we did to them the first time in the pool play. And so, the girls are playing well. The women are playing awesome. They haven't let us score since the first match. Yeah. And, I hope it's not the Soviets versus USA flipped. I hope we can hold them off, because I'm sure they're going to have every amount of energy. They're going to try to write their own miracle story on that match.
The U.S. women's hockey team is a powerhouse. We never see anything like it. They're unbelievable. What else is going on in Laramie? Anything sports-wise?
Not much. I think we got some swimming and diving championships coming up here pretty soon in their conference play, and there's some people that are breaking some records, some pool records. So it's fun to watch. So we'll see how that finishes out, and then getting ready for some spring sports coming up here pretty soon. Believe it or not, and. Feel like it hasn't been winter yet, and we got spring sports coming. I don't know. I can't speak for Jackson, but we still got no snow down here. So it's going to be interesting.
It's been a winter where we can do the swimming and diving outdoors, tennis, golf. Yeah, might as well get it all going, man. It's just, if winter's not going to show up.
Right.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, hopefully get a wet spring at least, so we're not on fire all summer.
I think we will. I think, the payoff is going to be like the soggiest March you've ever seen. Probably. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, all right. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too. Jared Petrino pops in, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, talking all things UW sports. Go, folks. The men's team with a big win last night, right? They got hot from distance. 92-82, they beat the Fresno State Bulldogs. They were shooting threes, lights out, 15 of those the other night. That's a season high. They're just trying to keep pace with the girls' team. They buried 16 from deep, 16 triples when they upset UNLV going back a week ago, 82-72. So one thing our men and women's basketball teams can do in Laramie is shoot it from beyond the arc, and that's how basketball is anymore. I mean, when you're faced with a shot that they give you 2 points for or one they give you 3 points for, just do the math, as they say. Of course you're going to want to shoot triples. Coming up next hour, action-packed. We're going to start the hour off with the Supreme ex-Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Marilyn Kite will be on next hour. Marcela Herdova, she's the photographer that broke her leg in Yellowstone. She was trying to get closer to a pack of wolves to get that great shot. She stepped in like a snow-covered hole. She never saw it and snapped her leg. Ooh. She'll never forget it. And she's lucky she got out of there. She was with company, and then she was eventually carried out that last mile or so. Marcela Herdova is going to talk about the experience, what's it like to break a leg in Yellowstone and be able to live to tell about it. And Hunter Old Elk will be here, promoted to curator of the Plains Indian Museum at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. And everyone on the socials, Buffalo Bill Center of the West, posted that news item on their Facebook. And everyone, like hundreds and hundreds of people said, great choice. Hunter's the best. Old Elk can do it. Let her do it. Everybody was all positive, all encouraging. I think we got the right person there to curate the Plains Indian Museum at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. We're going to talk to Hunter Old Elk. So that's all coming up next hour. You don't want to miss any of that. But for now, we got to wrap this hour up. Hopefully you're watching on YouTube Live, X Live, Facebook Live. Hey, while you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We trying to hit the 23,000. It'd be nice to get 25,000 subscribers while we're at it. Make sure you subscribe. That way you won't miss any time the show's on live. We're at radio stations throughout the state, syndicated, if you want to enjoy the show that way, or run it back on demand, archived wherever you listen to and download your favorite podcasts. Right now, for our radio affiliates, we got to take a top of the hour news timeout. We'll catch you again about 6 minutes from now. What do you say?
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The chair of the Wyoming Legislative Committee investigating the check passing controversy said on Tuesday the committee is going to pause its work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that's because the local sheriff's office has undertaken its own investigation.
It's a pause because once you have a live criminal investigation, all of a sudden, boom, you've got like Fifth Amendment concerns and due process concerns. So what Representative Washit, who has the experience in this area, is saying is we don't want to violate someone's rights that they're supposed to retain during a criminal investigation.
This investigation is in response to Rebecca Bextel, the state committee chairwoman for the Teton County GOP, who handed out checks February 9th after adjournment on the state House of Representatives floor. In response to Checkgate, Governor Gordon on Tuesday banned campaign contributions on state property. So did the Senate in areas it controls. In response to the controversy, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the governor is taking the action after the incident that happened last week.
He narrowed that to the part that belongs to the executive branch, but the Senate passed a similar rule also Tuesday saying we're not doing this in places that the Senate controls. The House, as of Tuesday, had not passed a rule, but it has been dealing with this controversy in other ways.
Governor Mark Gordon on Tuesday signed an executive order banning the solicitation, delivery, or acceptance of campaign contributions on property where state business is conducted. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Senate voted Tuesday to restore the governor's $11 billion budget, but the House voted against it. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that things got heated when Representative Mike Yin said budget planners were stabbing agencies they disliked.
Representative Yin actually got out the knife hands and was gesturing during this conversation, basically saying, we're stabbing certain agencies, we're gouging things in broad strokes. And Representative Tony Locke and ultimately the House Speaker Chip Nyman, they were like, whoa, this conversation has gotten really charged. Let's just focus on the substance of the budget. The intervention during the knife hands unfolded because some people were expressing displeasure with the Joint Appropriations Committee, with the budget planners who did this draft. And the conversation kept revolving back to, can we trust the budget committee?
After a few lawmakers expressed themselves, House Speaker Chip Nyman had the last word, saying, quote, "Ain't nobody stabbing nobody." Meteorologists aren't seeing a trend just yet, but they do see this week of winter weather as a promising sign. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that at this point, we'll take any amount of snow.
Around 2 to 5 inches, which isn't much, and it's not going to make up for what we've missed out on. But as many meteorologists said to me, beggars can't be choosers. You take what you can get. And the prognosis is positive that going forward into March, we're going to see more of these precipitation events. And even if there are high pressure ridges blocking that weather, they're going to be strong enough to push through and get us some much needed moisture.
Wyoming will be blustery, snowy, and cold this week. In short, it's everything we've missed for most of the winter season up to this point. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. And note this day in history, February 18th, 2026, the show officially leveled up as we welcome the Supreme Justice Marilyn Kite, former justice, first woman to serve on the Wyoming Supreme Court, first Chief Justice, first. You served from 2000 to 2015. You were Chief Justice for 4 of those years, and it's a career, an occupation, a career path that I think chose you. You didn't choose it. Did you ever think you'd be a Supreme Court Justice? Was that in the game plan?
Oh, no, Jake, that was not in the game plan, but thank you for that introduction.
Well, it's what happens when you have a minor in French, you love the UN, and you think you're going to be this international ambassador, but wait a minute, you don't want to leave Wyoming. Well, that kind of ruins that whole plan.
It definitely did, but it did show I had good judgment.
Yes. Oh my. This is the greatest state. We know that. I loved your interview with Wendy Cora. If folks haven't seen it, if you really want to dive deep on who Marilyn Kite is, go watch the Roundup. Wendy Cora, February 2nd, 2024. So 2 years ago, you did that spot with Wendy, and it was fantastic. We got to learn so much about you. I did. For instance, I thought a Supreme Court justice just sits around and reads law books all the time. And now that you're retired, that's what you're sitting around reading books all the time. But not really. Was it what you thought? And how I don't know. What did you think of your time on the Supreme Court?
Well, first, thank you for letting me come into your show. It seems to be the go-to place, and I appreciate you having me on. So just wanted to say that. Because I didn't plan my career in that way, and it sort of life happens to you, it was a tremendous experience. It was a privilege. It was the hardest thing I ever did. And, you don't get to choose the cases, and you don't get to choose the law. You have to apply the law. So it really was, and at the time I was chief, it got me out into the state a lot, and I enjoyed that. So it was a unforeseen joy in my life.
Now, like, to put on the robe, to be a Supreme Court justice, it seems to me sort of like being an actor. You always have to learn the next role. You're always learning. Your first case, I think, was criminal law, and that's not your background, or it wasn't your background. You always you have to be the supreme knowledge and judge on whatever it is that's coming before you. Was it a constant learning experience?
Absolutely. My practice was a natural resources law. I didn't have a criminal law background. I usually say I didn't have a criminal background, but that's not what I mean. I didn't have a criminal law background. Every case is different. Every case has a different little take on what the statutes say or the Constitution says, and it was a constant learning process for sure.
I want to talk about your guest column in the Cowboy State Daily concerning University of Wyoming. Go Pokes. Our Cowgirls basketball team lost a tough one to Boise State. The boys had a big win over Fresno last night. That's encouraging.
It definitely was. I haven't gotten out of my garb. We were there on the front row.
There you go. Nice. But first, I still want to build a little more background around you. I don't want to make a ton of breaking the glass ceiling, first woman on the Wyoming Supreme Court. After all, the glass ceiling was broke by Esther Hobart Morris. But as I've heard you point out, she, first judge, but then it was 130 years before another female. And the representation is not right. Like, how many women are in law, are practicing law, have passed the bar in Wyoming, and how many women are judges right now?
Well, it's changed quite a bit. I don't have the exact number.
Yeah.
We have real good women representation in the circuit judges and in the district judges. And we ironically had a majority on the Supreme Court for since I left, I think. Kate Fox, Chief Justice Fox, and others. So it's definitely improved. I think the applications, I don't have access to those. I haven't paid attention to those, but I know graduating law school enrollment is just generally 50-50, goes up and down a little bit. I don't know how many of those women that graduate stay in the state, but I'm guessing practicing lawyers, it's maybe 40%, so considerably different than when I graduated.
Let's talk about the guest column in the Cowboy State Daily concerns what you call draconian gut cuts to the university. Two things. If we say there's this terrible brain drain, this terrible, young people are leaving the state right after college, this seems like an effort to make sure they leave the state before college. This is counterintuitive. And number two, I wonder if it's because lawmakers today haven't been around the Laramie campus. Maybe they've done a walkthrough, but back in the day, maybe the majority of legislators went to UW. I don't think it's the same anymore. So you don't have the appreciation for the university because you didn't go there. You did. And also, I just don't understand if we're losing our young minds, why push them out the door before they even go to higher education? Where do you want to start with that column?
Well, I think a couple things. First of all, obviously, I agree with what you just said, but these cuts, these last-minute gut cuts, as I call them, were made without the voice of any Wyoming citizens outside of the JAs, the Joint Appropriations Committee, and without the voices of the young people that you're talking about. And I didn't get a say, not that I'm special and should have a special say, but your listeners didn't get a say. They just woke up to a buzzsaw. And so what I want to say primarily, I'll talk about the substance, but is that your listeners deserve a say, the public deserves a say, and we want to say, restore the funds to the University of Wyoming. The budget was developed with a careful eye towards not asking for too much. And as we hear now, they're doing it to allegedly send a message because they're mad. And I want to tell them to take a breath and go outside and take a walk and get rid of your anger, and let's talk about the substance. Don't take it out on the future young people in Wyoming. It isn't a political football. This university isn't. It's a place for great education. And I particularly thought this was a line in what I wrote, that these unthoughtful cuts were ironically for a place where thinking is the point. So think about that irony. But my main pitch is, and I don't know what happened last night. I think they were up till the wee hours.
Yeah.
Something good may have happened, but the governor's budget should be restored because that's where the cuts started. And it was almost 50. Well, the initial cut, I don't know the total, but that cut into specific programs, including, ironically, the money that the legislature has given for probably, I was thinking about this last night, somewhere in the 90s it started, matching money. So if you give $1 to the university, the legislature will give $1. And they cut that fund, which seems a self-inflicted wound. And then the arbitrariness of it, they exempted some colleges and then they went back and added some to the exemptions. There just was no thought given, and they need to go back to square one and restore the cuts they made.
Yeah, these do feel like decisions made out of anger, which is never a good way to approach anything. It was certainly a surprise, and the people who got a say in it were professors asked at UW, were students, alum, any of our listeners, anybody in Wyoming asked. It was just basically from appropriation suggestion. 9 people said tens of millions should be cut from UW. We'll see where that goes. That still remains to be seen. But yeah, left out of the conversation, the abruptness and the no input from anyone other than a select few lawmakers. That was surprising.
Well, and as I understand it, I think there's 12 on the joint appropriations, and there were 3 dissents. But there were only 2 or 3 of those total that were UW grads, and that had, some of them may have spent some time over here that I'm not aware of. Maybe that's something a university could do better, is getting people over to the campus and to events where the worth of what is being taught is obvious. People get mad. You got the entire spectrum of one particular thing they'll hear about the university, maybe one particular class. But they don't have the big picture. They don't have the thousands of students who are satisfied and happy and appreciative, and they don't have to leave their state to get a college education. I'd like to think it was out of ignorance that they made those cuts. But obviously the statements that have been made is we wanted to send a message. That doesn't sound like that was thoughtful.
Yeah, and the message is the whole erasing of DEI. We know with the new administration in D.C., all the colleges have been read the Riot Act over DEI curriculum, and maybe something was still up on a website. Maybe there was still a class or two that could be interpreted as DEI. But yeah, it just seemed a measure inappropriate with... I don't know. It did seem too much emotion was into the decision, which judges, by the way, and a former Supreme Court Justice, Marilyn Kite. I'm sure you didn't bang gavels and make decisions in rashness, in emotion. That's what I appreciate about judges. It takes decades of a law career, I would think. I mean, the transition is always, you got to be an attorney, right? You got to practice law and then maybe whether you ever thought about it while practicing law, maybe one day that does translate into, I'd like to be the one who sits on the bench for this. And I would hope anybody in the robe takes their emotion out of a decision.
It's really hard to do.
Yeah.
You know, my brother was a district judge in Rawlins in Carbon County, and it's even a bigger burden for trial judges to have to rein in their own reactions to their own personalities. It's a little easier when you're on the appellate court, a little more antiseptic kind of thing. But I can remember watching him, seeing anger build towards something and then pulling his emotions back. A good judge knows how to do that.
I can't imagine. I couldn't do it. Any defendant brought before me that is tattooed above the neck, I am ready to make my decision before I hear any arguments. I could never do it. Not judges.
Well, you're doing your job damn well, so that's all you have to worry about.
Justice Kite, appreciate you being on. Anything else? Are you? What are you doing now? So it's been since 2015 off the Supreme Court. What's life like now? Where are you? Are you in Cheyenne?
No, I'm in Laramie.
Laramie, yeah, because you got to follow sports.
Well, there you go. Well, I was born and raised in Laramie. My husband and I lived in Jackson for almost 30 years. And things were changing so quick there. We came back to Laramie and we love it, in part because we can walk to the football games.
Yeah.
But, you know, I am enjoying participating like this on things that I believe in. My hobbies are, I'm unfortunately getting too old for some of them, but are horses and hunting and being outdoors and hiking and that kind of thing. So I'm enjoying it. I tend to wade into too many things, like maybe this little project, but I try to restrain myself because it's
important.
Well, it is, and it's hard work to do volunteer work. You see people. That's one thing I've just been so amazed, especially in Laramie, just because I know a lot of the people that are spending hours and hours on things they believe in and not for pay. And that's what we all got to do, because there's too much work out there to be done, and you're not going to get it benefited or rewarded financially, but you sure are rewarded internally and in your heart.
Well, I know many of us in Wyoming, we bleed the brown and gold, and probably even the lawmakers suggesting cuts to UW deep down, they know. We're all proud of our university for sure. I wasn't going to ask, but I have such a smart mind on the show. I have to take advantage of it because it's related to college sports. The whole name, image, likeness, NIL, and where Wyoming is going to play in that. I'm just so disgusted by college athletics right now and the money machine it is. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And I don't want to play that game, but do we have to?
Well, we don't really have a choice, except what I don't understand. And frankly, I haven't read the cases, so I can't really talk about the law that the judges applied, but we got ourselves in this position because of the NCAA's actions and the way they operated. And I don't know why that can't change, and we all can stay the same. But right now we can't. It's too big for us. This little university isn't going to make a change, and we have to live with it. I hate this portal, and I don't understand why they can't put sideboards on the portal. Time limits, minor restrictions. I can't imagine the courts throwing something like that out, and people all want it. I mean, even the big boys are losing their good guys right off the bat, or guys and women. And we just have to, we're so used to excellence in college sports, above our, punching above our weight, so to speak, for years. It's painful to watch, but boy, and you watched that game last night, and those kids, a lot of them are freshmen, and they just worked their hearts out winning that game. It was so impressive. And the women basketball team, it was something I didn't get to spend much time doing, except when I moved to Laramie. And oh my gosh, is that fun?
Yeah.
And they've got a whole new crop, and these coaches, I don't know how they do it in the off season, but somebody needs to do something. I'd like to see our congressional delegation work on some kind of project to rein this in.
Yeah, it doesn't seem sustainable where college sports is headed.
No, it doesn't.
But go Pokes. And I love that Cowgirl. This was supposed to be a rebuild year for the Cowgirls. We graduated so many great ballers, but they look good.
No, they do look good. So get in there and cheer them on, Jake.
I will.
Thank you for having me.
Justice Kite, great to have you on. Thank you.
You bet.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to get right back into the Zoom room with the photographer that broke her leg in Yellowstone. How did she ever get out of there? There's your tease. We'll find out.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Marcela's here. Marcela Herdova. Is that how we say your name?
Yes, it is. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Let's see your leg. Can you put it?
Okay.
Oh, man, it's still broke.
It's still broke, and it's going to be broke for another roughly 4 weeks.
Oof.
Yeah. So, I cannot walk for another 4 weeks.
Yowza. And now, the story, what we're talking about, Cowboy State Daily, is build you the background. You got to go back and read this story. And then I want to talk about your photographs because you've been to places I've been and you got great shots. You got a real eye for this, a knack for this, but it's not even your day job. It's like your night job. Are you still teaching at FSU?
Yeah, I do that, and I do my photography too. So I'm kind of doing it half and half. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried to read some of your papers, some of your philosophy, and my brain broke.
Mine too.
I don't know that is not my thing. Photography is not my thing either, but I can certainly appreciate when somebody does it well. And that's what you were looking to do in Yellowstone when, as you probably read in the Cowboy State Daily, story by Mark Hines, the photographer who splits time, Florida and our lovely neck of the woods, Wyoming. Marcela was hiking in to get that perfect shot of wolves. Did you see a pack of wolves or something? You were trying to get in there, get closer. And where were you? And this is during winter. This is like snow down.
This was 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the accident happened on the 1st of February. And I was in the park. I go every winter to spend time because I think that's probably the most beautiful time really to go and see Yellowstone. It's pretty amazing, and the crowds are down, which can be a disadvantage if you do need help. But so it was on the 1st of February, and it was in an area close to called Specimen Ridge, and it's between Mammoth and Tower Falls. And there was, I think it was a Rescue Creek pack that we were watching in a distance. They were around, they made a kill a day before, so people were watching the wolves, and they were about a mile or two out. So a couple of us decided that we will just venture a little closer to get a better look, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're walking along, and I have done this before. When snow is down, you cannot see the terrain. You can't see a log that you're going to trip over. You can't see a hole you're going to step in, and I totally get it, but not to this degree. Marcela, you put your right leg like in a hole, and maybe you thought it was not a big deal at first. Like, at first you thought, all right, I just maybe sprained and then...
Oh, absolutely. So it was very gentle where we were walking. It was kind of little hills, but the snow was very packed. It wasn't very deep. And we were sort of thinking about all the other things. So I had like water, food, warm clothes, stuff that was happening. We were like looking where we were going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I managed to find the only snow-covered hole along that area. And suddenly I fell in, and I know I sort of twisted to the right side as I was catching myself, and the person I was with, he said, "Oh, I heard a snap," as I was still sitting in the hole, and he said, "But maybe it's just your pants." And I'm thinking, no, my pants are pretty intact, I think, but I did not hear anything. So it was, and I do remember as I fell into that hole, which was about as tall as my calf. It kind of like cut off right.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
it was like right at the height of my knee. And so I know I repeated several times, I'm in a lot of pain. But it kind of subsided. And then I tried to pull my leg out of the hole, which I did. I kind of propped myself up on my arms. And then as I was sort of sitting. I tried to stand up, and I knew once I stood up that I couldn't bear weight on it. I had not thought in a million years I had broken anything. I thought maybe I dislocated my knee or like sprained my ACL or something like that. I did not know that the leg was broken. And when they told me at the Livingston ER several hours later that it was broken, it was really a shock that it was. But I thought maybe because I had more photography planned, I thought, I can just go to ER. They will pop the knee back. I will put a bandage on, and off I go out again. But so I had tried to walk, and I realized immediately there was no way I could put weight on that leg. So my companion said, "Hold on, I'm going to get you a crutch." So he went and found the nearest timber and kind of broke off a stick, that kind of like went up to above over my hips. And so I first initially tried to use it as a crutch to kind of like get out, but I really couldn't put any. It was hurting a lot. So what I did instead, I used that one stick I had, and luckily I had a thick padded jacket. I sort of like pushed it against my sternum, and I sort of like put all my weight on it and just walk like that. And so I did like 3 steps in and then had to have a break. So this was the thing. The accident happened about within 15 minutes of me walking in on that trail. And it took all in all 4 hours to get out.
Those same 15 minutes were now 4 hours with a broken leg. Ooh.
Absolutely. And so we were about, it was maybe 15, 20 minutes, and we were about a mile and a half in. And at that point, so I had started going, and again, it was a chore. I could not do more than 3 steps at a time. Then I had to rest, and maybe 2.5 hours passed. And then we were sort of inching closer enough. And then the people we left in the parking lot, they knew we were gone. So they were looking out for us. And they came up on the hill, and I waved for help. So then it was another close to 2 hours of 2 people helping me get out, with alternating of what I've learned is a fireman's carry, which I never knew before. Or at one point I was hanging like over his neck, holding a stick, so I wouldn't the poor guy trying to get out on the back, because I think once I saw people, then my like strength gave out. I was like, okay, people are here to help me. So with them carrying me out, so it was me walking for about 2 hours. I said walking, dragging my leg behind me, and then being carried out, and mixture walking for another 2 hours.
Oh, Marcela, you know how close you became to becoming the newest chapter of Death in Yellowstone, the book, which you probably know. Like,
which is a book I've read, and those are great books. And that was, I mean, it's always on my mind, because I mean, I spent all this time in Tetons doing all these technical hikes, and so often I think to myself, okay, I don't want to become a news story here. So that was kind of on my mind as I hurt myself. I thought, okay, there's no way I can stay here. It was a very mild day, luckily so the weather wasn't too bad, but it's still Yellowstone in winter, so you don't want to stay out.
Yes, Yellowstone in winter, not a heavily populated area. Even in summer, this is a pretty remote area, but certainly in winter, you can't, you can't expect to encounter any help or anybody else. So your takeaway is, look, when you do what I do, when you go into remote areas, and I see you've been down in some of my favorite places in Utah, your photos in Buckskin Gulch, you've probably been down in the Wire, that cool. And these are long hikes where if you're alone and something happens, you turn an ankle, you break a leg. All of a sudden, what is already, sketchy if you're alone has now become impossible. Like, ooh.
Absolutely. And so I would have never ventured out on that Sunday on my own. It was because of the two of us and because other people knew where we were. If I had flown, I try my mind not to wander too much out there, but it would have been. I mean, clearly I was high on adrenaline because I didn't really feel the pain very much because at the ER they were like, "You really walked on this for uh, for 2 miles," but I don't know. I would have had to try to use my arms to crawl out there. I do have, and if people don't have that, they need to have something else. With Apple devices, with the newer ones at least, I know you can ask for help through satellite.
Yeah.
So, but if you don't have that, you do need to have something else because I mean I think that's what kind of kept me calm. I knew at push I could call for help, but I was also thinking I don't want to be wasting resources if I can do this by myself. But absolutely, I think these kinds of hikes, whether it's in Tetons and Yellowstones, and people might think more Tetons are more dangerous because it's the mountains, but Yellowstone is more remote and it takes a lot longer for the help to come by. So you should definitely be with someone, minimally have someone know where you're going and keep checking in and be sort of prepared as for much eventuality as you can be. So I had the food and drink on me, thinking, okay, if we get like held up or anything, really wasn't thinking, I mean, to be honest, about falling into a hole. I was looking around not to trip over something, but that wasn't really on my mind. I mean, now it's, I think, going to be on my mind forever. But I think it's extremely important. And, you know, when I run my social media pages, people know how much I love Yellowstone in winter, but I always talk about how deadly it is, how deadly it is for animals there, but, you know, for people as well. And I consider myself pretty experienced, but it's just something can happen in an instant. And I always knew that, but I know that even more now.
Yes. I mean, that's what all the experts say, the search and rescue people, they tell you all the things you should do. And you were probably doing like 9 out of 10 of them, dressing right, having food and water, all these things. But you just cannot prepare for something you don't see coming. And usually all these survivalists, they say it's not just the one thing. It's not just the broken leg, but it's poor decisions made that compound that. But you, luckily, it was the broken leg and then things worked out for you. You had somebody with you. You did get out. You didn't. Truman Everett spent a month in that park after he got kicked off his horse. You got to read about Truman Everett's.
Me too.
You got out in 4 hours. You got out lucky. I appreciate you take these photographs of Yellowstone in winter. We don't see enough of those. Winter Lamar. I see this photo in Lamar Valley in winter. That's a fantastic photo, Marcela.
Oh, it is. Thank you. And I recommend everyone goes and see Yellowstone and the Tetons in winter. It is beautiful. Again, it's been a very mild winter, but again, the driving, even though that main road gets cleared for the kids to go back and forth from school, the driving in Yellowstone can be extremely dicey. This is what I always tell people on my social media too. This is another thing to bear in mind. It's not just getting out of the car, but it's really the driving bits, especially if you're not someone who's used to snow perhaps as much. It can be pretty dire. I do remember the last winter I was in Yellowstone last year. That was a lot of snow, and especially driving back in from Lamar. There were a few moments where the blizzard just started. I was the only car on the road, kind of a deal. So again, it pays to be prepared for those situations too, like carry supplies in the car, make sure people know that you are supposed to be checking in somewhere, all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, smart advice for someone who had to learn it sort of the hard way, Marcela. I know if I went to Florida, I would think I was prepared, but I wouldn't know, like, what if I'm eaten by an alligator or stuff that...
There's advice here too. Apparently don't assume that any fresh body of water will have an alligator. And just like in Yellowstone, and this is another thing I learned, and it's been a mild winter, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I wish I had the presence of mind. You see, I'm thinking to take a photo as I was being sort of carried out. One thing we saw close to the parking lot was a fresh bear track.
Yep. We hear that they are waking up early or going to sleep late, one or the other. But yeah, lack of winter.
So again, people might not be thinking about this. Okay, I'm safe. I don't need the bear spray.
Yeah.
Because it's winter. But again, you never know. So.
Well, it turned out well, but a missed opportunity to self-document her rescue through photographs. Yes. Why were you clicking on the way out?
I know. And you see, my mind is always on this, but you know, my mind for once was like on getting there. It was weird because one thing I really thought about, I saw ages ago when this movie 127 Hours came out.
Oh, yeah.
And so my motivation, as weird as it sounds, was like, well, if someone can cut their arm off to get out, I can definitely drag my leg. So it was a motivation to keep going.
I'm glad you didn't have to ultimately test what would I do if I was alone, because you weren't. And that's one key thing going into remote stretches of the backcountry and deadly Yellowstone. Don't do it alone. But if you were, you would have gotten out. I think you would have gotten out. Well, instead of 4 hours, it might have taken 8. But
probably.
That shot, this photo of Gibbon Falls, I love this one. I just don't see Yellowstone in winter like this. It's a whole different park to me when I see these. Hey, where do we go to buy some of your stuff? I'm on Coco Web.
You can go there, or you can go to, I have an Etsy shop called Ruby Our Photo Art. Ruby is my dog, so.
Okay, that's where the Ruby comes from.
Yeah, so Ruby Our Photo Art on Etsy. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us. I'm glad it turned out okay. Fast recovery for you. Heal fast.
I'll be there soon.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having me. Bye-bye.
Marcela joins us. Read more about that story. Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines wrote it. Photographer broke her leg in Yellowstone, got out, and has some advice to share from what could have been real touch and go. We got to take a break. We'll be back with more after this here.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday. I got to get some things in order here. Press the right buttons. There's Hunter. Hunter Old Elk is with us, and big congrats. And for her, we'll tell you why. But she is Upsalaga Crow, representing the great proud Crow Nation. Last time I talked to anybody Crow in Montana, it was regarding a story I did on the high school girls basketball team back in 2023. Did you ever read that, where they got the send-off? They were in the bus heading to the state tournament, I think, and the girls were riding horses along with the flags.
Yeah, that was such a great memory. The community really comes out for all sports, all youth. It's wonderful.
Coolest story ever. That was so fun. So Hunter joins us. Congrats. You are now promoted to the new curator of the Plains Indian Museum at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Museum in Cody. Congrats. Everybody, I saw the story posted on Facebook on the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Facebook, and it was 100% thumbs up, in agreement. Everybody saying, way to go, right choice, Hunter's the best, etc., etc. So everybody, I think you're the right person for the job, Hunter.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the outpour was pretty amazing. And I promise I read every single comment.
You did?
Every text message. Yeah, text message, every email. It was, it was wonderful to hear that kind of encouragement.
Yeah, then it's all positivity. So what were you doing before? So this is a promotion. You were already doing something, and then what is this? What are you doing now? What will this mean?
Yeah, so the last time we talked, was it in 2022, 23? I was a curatorial assistant. But before that, I've been with the Plains Indian Museum going on 10 years in June, all in different roles. And so over the last year, I took over as interim curator, and was working with fairly closely with some state agencies and the federal government on compliance. There's different managements that we have to do, managing tribal collections and stewarding them. So I was, fostering relationships with local communities, and it's been really exciting to have that kind of coalition, reach across North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Idaho, and of course our beautiful state of Wyoming.
Talk about Montana. You grew up in Montana, born in Montana, yes?
Yes. Born in Colorado, but raised in Montana. Yeah.
Okay. And then going to school in Maryland, you got a master's in cultural heritage management from Johns Hopkins. You also went to Mount St. Mary's, yes?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I did my undergraduate in Maryland. And I've always been kind of a non-typical museum person. So I actually got into the museum field right out of undergraduate. And then it took me a couple of years to really decide what I wanted to do for my master's. So when I was looking at programs, I wanted to find a program that works with cultural preservation. So working with communities. And so my degree is really in cultural heritage management, but it also looks at the impact of landscape. And so what makes Indigenous people Indigenous is their unwavering tie to land. So your cultural belief in those systems are tied directly to the natural resources around you. And so at a global scale, that was what I ended up doing as an online program with Johns Hopkins University. So it was 90% online. So I could stay in my museum job. And then I did one on-site class, and it was really intensive, like 3.5 week class in Florida, of all places. And I was crazy, Mac. Like I was so overzealous. I did a master's degree working full-time grad student, and I got pregnant with a baby in 18 months.
Wow. Anything else?
Crazy.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So, going straight from working on that to then being a mom, to now taking over a department, in a museum that has such a global impact. It's been, I'm really blessed. And, have learned a lot about myself and what I'm capable of, like in this role and how I can serve others.
Yeah. Well, Hunter, you strike me as somebody who doesn't like sitting around. You want to take on something all the time. Tell me about your work, your connection with Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act.
Yeah. So NAGPRA is an easier way to say that. It is a federal policy that was passed by Congress in 1990. And it's had several different versions. And basically it is 3 parts, which a lot of federal policy is not. So it's 3 parts. It's a human rights law, a federal Indian policy law, and a property law. And so basically NAGPRA manages the way that Indigenous collections are cared for in museums, research libraries, and universities, and then it gives authority and power to tribal communities to what's a process called repatriate those items back. So they basically say, like, this item is an important piece of our cultural element. We would like to petition the federal government and your entity to return that back to communities. And so a lot of the process of working through NAGPRA is working directly with tribal communities through what are called Tribal Historic Preservation Offices, or TIPOs. And so we do consultation with different communities. A community will reach out and say, hey, what do you have that's from our collection? Can we strike up a conversation? And then we will, start a really intensive consultation and conversation. And then they'll say, okay, well, I'm going to take this research back to my culture committee or my elders. And my elders are going to say, we actually want that returned. And then we go through the process of returning those items. And it's tedious and it's long, but it's a really deeply impactful relationship that we build with tribal communities.
Hunter Old Elk is with us, the curator now of the Plains Indian Museum at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. How do you like the collection now? There's so many facets to the Buffalo Bill Center. Different museums, different facets highlight. How do you like how the Plains Indian is represented at this point? More to be done?
Of course. I mean, I think there's always more to be done in any museum. Right now, museums used to be a place where people went for knowledge. And they were very much like had their white towers and communities had to go to them. But for us, what I love about the Plains Indian Museum is it gives us an access point to work directly with tribal communities. And so being able to get invited to like powwows and tribal celebrations on reservation land as an outreach component of my job, I think is such an important piece. And then also, caring for the collections that we have at Cody. We have nearly 10,000 Native American items, either Native used or Native made. And so that is a ginormous culture group with items from all over the United States, all over Canada. We exhibit collections from tribes that were here prior to colonization or tribes forcibly moved here because of colonization. And they range from the Saskatchewan River in Canada all the way down to the Rio Grande. And so these are hundreds and hundreds of culture groups that we want to have a relationship with, a contemporary relationship with. And I may not do it fully in my time or in my tenure, but like I want to attempt to reach as many communities as I can in the best way possible,
Yeah. What do you know of, and are you excited to see Cheyenne Frontier Days, Morning Star, and that whole thing? I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, they've done some outstanding work. Cheyenne is really blessed to have former state representative Affie Ellis.
Yes.
And Affie was involved really early on that project. And so I think she was able to use her outreach to then bring in the communities that needed to be involved in the work that they're doing at Frontier Days. And if I recall right, the PRCA is now moving their offices to Cheyenne as well.
Looking into it, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
There's some exciting stuff happening in Cheyenne, and such an anchor point for, the state history and, the impact of tribal communities, but also in rodeo as well.
Affie's
in the state federal office, the state government office there.
Affie's dad, Pops Burnside, bless him. He fixed my snow machine many a times, man. And Affie knew back then she was destined to great things. She's super smart.
Well, and if I recall too, her daughter was just selected for a state representative role in youth government, and she's going to go to Washington, D.C., I think. So, yeah, outstanding Wyoming multi-generational family.
So cool. We're excited for you in the new gig. Next time I'm in Cody, I'm going to have to stop by, say hi, and I want to look through the museum because I, like many Americans, I think, have this sudden renewed interest in all things Indian culture, history. I don't know if it started with the portrayal of the culture in Yellowstone, which I thought was super positive. I'm reading a book, Battle of the Greasy Grass, from a different perspective. I'm just all about it now. It's just so cool. So I really love what you're doing there. And it sounds like they picked the right person for the curator of the Plains Indian Museum.
No, I really appreciate it, Mac. And yeah, come see us. We're doing a major capstone exhibition called Buffalo Nation. It opens in August of 2026. And this is the way that we are commemorating the United States 250th by telling the story of Buffalo. And, I think we're beautifully suited here at the Buffalo Bibb Center of the West to tell that story because we're so close to the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. We witnessed the decimation and then the repopulation. And so working with many different demographics to tell this story. And so that exhibition fully opens, and we invite you all August of 2026.
Perfect. Good timing because Cody is doing it up big for the 250th. We know that from the 4th of July to the next month in August when that new exhibit opens. Thank you, Hunter, and great congrats on the job.
Thanks, Mac. Talk to you soon.
All right. That's Hunter Old Elk, Cowboy State Daily Show, and we are going to be out of time for this Wednesday edition. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Have a great Wednesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.